Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Osas Finale. I am Lego Mage here with Evil Drew Danger, and we are going to be getting into it shortly, but this is going to be a very exciting one because we have some really, really stellar teams coming out here on the roster tonight. So how are you doing tonight?
Alive. Briefly.
Hello.
Holy, we're silent.
Are we good? Okay.
This is cursed. Hold
Sorry.
on. Mage, do some chatting.
Chatting?
Yes, do some chatting.
Oh, okay. My bad. I tabbed out for a second and my brain broke for a moment, but no, we're all good. That was my bad. But no, we're going to be getting into it pretty shortly here. It's going to be actually a big knowledge gap game coming up. It's, if I can read the full team name, it's Sui the Tragic Myth of Master Zert, which I believe, yeah, that's the full team name. But now officially considered a Seraphim team. This was the knowledge gap finalists, Malachi, Suiseki, and Mythotastic. Who did in fact qualify for the Osas Finale spot, making to the finals of Knowledge Gap. If you watched that tournament, you know the shenanigans that happened in that finals with the whole patch thing, but other team didn't want the spot, so they have taken it, going up against AJ Cannon, Blades Valor, and Seiji over on Animal Style Bengali Brawlers on, looks like it's going to be an Atlas Lab game as well, so could be pretty interesting. Let's see where it goes. Got that Mako forward over on Malachi. Always tends to be interesting. But AJ Cannon also has Mako on the roster on goalie, so mirror matchup could be cool to see as well. But let's see how it ends up going. At Blades Valor, I think is a Dubu player, if I remember, Dubu forward. So
He plays some other stuff, but yeah, Dubu forward, one trick, no doubt.
I mean, you always love to see it. It wasn't that long ago that we saw Duboom and Ferret Squad almost take the whole thing with that Dubu forward. And hey, Duboom hit Pro League recently, so that's pretty sick. I mean, Dubu forward can take you far if you do it right. But I'm excited to get into it. So I think we're just waiting on the players or something before we load in. But I don't know. What are your thoughts on this?
I think it's going to be very exciting to see a Knowledge Gap team against an Osas team. And I have very high hopes for the Knowledge Gap team because Master X Malachi is on that team. And me and Appa taught that dude in a previous KG, so he's been through 2 of these. So I got high hopes. High hopes. He's also going to knock me out of the tournament, so high hopes. If these guys don't win, I'm going to be very upset with them.
Yeah, no, this is kind of like the comeback for Seraphim Crimson. Essentially, Crimson has been in Osas for literally season 1, week 1, trying to win this dang thing. So they didn't end up qualifying this season, but this is going to be kind of his chance to a redemption arc through Knowledge Gap, and we'll see if with a bit of a different roster change, Suiseki and Mythotastic, if they're able to bring that out. But looks like a Juno band coming out real quick here on a spec training Stagger Swagger start. Estelle over from the side of Seraphim here. Interesting. Looks like they're just going for the comfort picks more than the awakening picks, really. But pretty common thing that we tend to see in this series.
Well, I haven't actually seen enough of the new Dubu skin. It might be like one of those skins that needs tournament ban, but hasn't been tournament banned yet. So I'm very interested in what it all looks like. I know what it looks like. Well, I'm very interested to see if it has any effect in this game at all.
Oh no, the effects on the Dubu skin are great. His log turns into a hot dog. He makes the donuts. It's awesome. I love the new Dubu skin.
The log also has the beep boops sound effects, which is so annoying. the same time. So freaking cute. Oh my god.
It's pretty great. The new skins are very solid. I just wish I had some money and I wasn't totally broke. I could also play forward Dubu. But that's 2 locks going down pretty quickly, and a very quick point, 13-second goal there from the side of Seraphim, just able to get it behind those 2 locks, and immediate level advantage going into this round. Malachi hit level 2, everyone else is at level 1, so we'll see if they can make any type of big play off of that.
Yeah, one of the very interesting things this game is that we have a Mako forward, which is very rare, because Mako, whenever they need to midfield, kind of just uses secondary, mispositions, hits the core backwards, and doesn't do anything. So this could be really cursed, or it could be the new meta. We'll see, but it's probably going to be really cursed. So I'm very interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's basically Malachi's signature thing is that Mako forward at this point. He plays it all the time, and for the most part, it works. I mean, right there, he did end up scoring the point. Unfortunate secondary from AJ Cannon did help, but he was cooking on it with Knowledge Gap. He's been cooking on it in the Osas bracket, and now it's set point here, and they do have a decent energy advantage. 1 core flip on the side here of AJ Cannon, but it's about to be 2 core flips coming up for Seraphim going into this one. Looks like Malachi trying to push that bottom corner. AJ having to bring out the core flip, but Bates Devour finds the KO onto the Atlas, and that will be a lock falling down here as Malachi sending it into the top, sending it up to Mythotastic, brings out the pendulum swing, will secure a barrier of their own as Suiseki has respawned now. The playing field is once again even. Mythotastic in this top corner here, trying to get it down to Malachi, who's taking a lot of damage here, but the black hole popping, and that barrier will fall. As now Seiji in the bottom corner trying to open up a goal in return, but Mythotastic does have a core flip up, and so does Malachi. Suiseki just needs to get it out of the situation, winning the strike war here, but it's still in this corner. Mythotastic goes for the hook, but it's not enough. Malachi goes for the core flip to get it out, pass up to Mythotastic. AJ Cannon is there to defend, trying once again. Seiji passing it into the black hole, though. It's still stuck in this bottom corner. Suiseki just sending it right back down there, bring out the Atlas primary to stop Blade's Valor from doing anything funny with that core flip here. Cage comes out from Malachi, gets bounced way around it, going for the top. Mythotastic can't land the pendulum swing, though. Core flip comes out from Blade's Valor, but he missed the strike as Malachi bring it down to the bottom corner, passes to Mythotastic, but it's blocked by AJ Cannon. Suiseki's trying to send it right back in, but Mythotastic trying to keep it in this corner. It's still going. The rune pillar's up, but getting it back to Blade's Valor finally. Seiji and Blade's Valor have a chance to bring this barrier, and they will. Now dribble from Seiji, and Blade's Valor finding another KO onto Suiseki in overtime here. As AJ Cannon just trying to get it up to the forwards to capitalize on this goalie kill. Blade's Valor bringing out the soup. It's not enough, though. AJ Cannon has to teleport up, but they still can't get it in. Finally, as Suiseki respawns, Seiji is able to get it through and put Bongoni Brawlers on the board.
Yeah, Blade's Valor is showing off true mastery of the Dubu forward craft. It's just kill after kill after kill after kill. And it's also kills on the goalie, which is really not the person you want dead on your team. So this is quite a strong showing from them, at least so far. If they can keep this going, they might be able to run away with this set, even though they started down 2-0.
Yeah, it's still going to be tough, though, with an open goal like this. Seiji did just have to burn the core flip in that midfield, though, so not getting a barrier for that is going to be a little bit painful. And AJ Cannon, core flip getting blocked by that Mako secondary, so that will be Seraphim taking set 1, and I think Malachi getting the MVP here. Yeah, so could potentially be a pretty decent draft. We'll just have to see what shows up on the board here.
Ooh, this is an interesting draft, because Spark of Strength is a solo Spark that's up. And if you know anything about this update, it's that Sparks are broken as crap. Doesn't look like Malachi's going for it, though. And I think one other thing that's very important to recognize here is that the team of... quickly reads names. Animal doesn't really have a defensive player on their team. Like, Now is somewhat defensive by nature, but Now is more of an aggressive, kind of damage healing based character, as opposed to a defensive goalie like Atlas or Dubu. So what you're going to end up having is, because there's not a defensive goalie and there's not a defensive midfielder, is a lot of these points are just going to be run-throughs, because they don't have anyone who can hold. If they lose this kickoff, they're just going to lose both barriers pretty much every time.
Yeah, and we kind of saw that on those first 2 points. They were pretty quick, and a great hook placement there from Mythotastic. Just brings it right around the members there of Bongoni Brawlers. But yeah, that seems to be the the idea is Bongoni Brawlers can't hold down a defense super hard, so as long as Seraphims are winning these kickoffs and keeping the pressure up, they're pretty much guaranteed to bring down the barriers and eventually score. And with Suiseki on that Atlas, they have a much stronger defense. And of course, as I say this, both locks are just going to immediately go down. So Bongoni Brawlers could have a chance here if AJ can get through Malachi, but no, the barrier will fall. Blades Valor, though, with the dribble into the top. But what a hook from Fantastic! Saves it out of the goal there, trying to get it back over to Malachi, who does have a core flip in this bottom corner. Burns it here, sends it to the top. Core flip from AJ Cannon. Hits the black hole, though, and it's right back to Mythotastic in this top corner. The cage comes out, and it traps AJ Cannon, and that's going to be an easy pass for a point there from Mythotastic.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is, right, Bongoli Brawlers, they kind of have to figure out how they're going to play defense. Because they have Rune and Now, both of which aren't like super great at defense. They have their own strengths, right? Now is great at healing, wins the KO game for your team. A little bit better than Atlas at that KO game as well. But Rune kind of has not a way to make up for Now's weaknesses. Like, Now doesn't really win a whole lot of strike wars. Even though secondary is strong and it wins a lot of them, it's not nearly enough, especially on defense. You can lose a lot of strike wars and you aren't nearly as defensive as you'd like to be. So a lot of these points are just going to be home runs, and it's just going to be really, really tough for the Bongoni Brawlers to try and stay alive.
Yeah, and with that set now being taken 3-0, Siege Machine is on the board here. That could go pretty crazy on the Mako and would be a great deny against this Now, potentially. But looks like it will be a hot shot pickup. Looks like the Now waiting for a moment. It's going to let the Rasmus go for prime time, though. Siege Machine will go to the Rune, it looks like. 1-2 punch onto the Now. Will allow one spark to go over to Suiseki and Knife's Edge on the Dubu. I think overall, kind of a alright draft for both sides. Yeah. I think the Siege Machine could be pretty nice, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to save them.
Yeah. Like, this brings me back to one of the points from earlier, right? Like, how strong Sparks are in this draft. Imagine if Suiseki, instead of taking Glass Cannon, took Spark of Strength. Now Suiseki's at 2 Sparks, with Spark of Leadership still in the game. And the enemy's first pick is going to have to deny every other Spark, because Spark of Leadership's in the game. Ooh. I'll let this come back to you for that one.
Yeah, I mean, so far Seraphim just kind of running him over anyway. Even if Bongoni Brawlers was able to bring it to that point, I don't know if that would even be enough, and I doubt it's going to get to that point with the way that it's going so far, but it will remain to be seen. Anything can happen here. In this top corner, though, Seiji able to bring down one barrier with that pillar there as Mythotastic trying to push back. Suiseki going up to that midfield to try and apply some pressure. No barriers will fall, but Mythotastic with a hook into the top side will be able to bring down that top one as Malachi pushing to that bottom, brings down the second one, goes for the core flip. AJ Cannon able to block it, though, and actually pick up a barrier here as Blades Valor in the goal box, brings out the soup and finds the point. So Bongoni Brawlers will be able to score in this set, but they are still going to need a lot more to bring this game back.
Yeah, Blades Valor only needs one touch. It's just like, I finally got the core. Time to win a strike war, dribble it, and then missile prop Dubu ult to take the goal essentially twice, because that was kind of defended the first time.
Yeah, the missile prop soup is going to be... It's kind of a win condition for Bongoni Brawlers is get it up to Blades Valor and hope he has a way to score it immediately, because if it gets back, it's going to be kind of hard getting it out. Big Banish comes out from Seiji, though, stalls out the game as he banished the core and everyone on the side of Seraphim there, but in the hands of Blades Valor, looking to strike war against 2 people here, but Mythotastic will be able to clear it back out. Mythotastic also with a pendulum swing in the out clear will block the thing from AJ Cannon, but AJ Cannon was able to save it out of the cage and pass the core flip from Mythotastic. And now with both goals open, going into overtime in just a few seconds here, Bongoni Brawlers could have a chance to bring this one back if they can get it out of this little pocket here. Off to Blades Valor, has the core flip, but doesn't even need it because the missile prop soup is just going to absolutely sink it in, as the Bongoni Brawlers will bring it to set point for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, the Bongoli Brawlers just played an excellent defense that round. It's just like, hey, I don't care if we have characters who aren't that great at defense. If we're great at defense, and we win defense regardless, then all of a sudden, all we're left with is our character's strength. Now is great healing. We win the kill game. And Rune is Rune. Rune's kind of a gimmick. But you get the idea, right? Just like, hey, if we can win at defense, we don't have a weakness that's really exploitable.
Yeah, and as long as they can hold it down here just a little bit longer, Blades of Valor will inevitably be able to score. Seiji with the core flip pass into this corner. Malachi taking a lot of damage over in that goal box, and core flip from Blades of Valor will bring down the goal here as Blades of Valor trying to win this 2v1, but Mythotastic able to get around and back to Malachi, but AJ Cannon with an incredible primary save there to keep it out of this goal. As 15 seconds till overtime. It's still anyone's point, but in this top corner, Mythotastic and Malachi pushing really hard. AJ Cannon, though, able to finally clear over to Seiji, trying to work their way up the field to Blades of Valor here. Seiji in this bottom corner, pushing up the outside secondary, comes out with the soup once again. Suseki goes down as AJ Cannon passing up to Blades of Valor, dribbling in the bottom, rolls it to block the whiplash and sinks it right in. Bongoni Brawlers will take their set and hold on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Bengali Brawlers just play defense. They're in a really solid spot. One of the things we have to look out for is even if Bengali Brawlers wins this set, they're going to have to deny Sparks from Atlas. Otherwise, the game's going to be over pretty quickly. Like, not this set, but the next set, right? Imagine if Atlas had 3 Sparks plus Spark of Leadership. He's only going to have 2 if you take Spark of Resale here, but he's going to be in a very, very strong spot. So, like, even if Bengali Brawlers rounds this up, they play their defense perfectly, they win this next set, they're going to have a lot of trouble in set 5 because they're going to have to deny Spark of Leadership without a single Spark on their side, or they're going to allow Spark of Leadership and give the enemy team, like, what is it? How much speed is this? Quick maths. A lot of speed to every member of their team.
Yeah, Spark of Leadership is definitely going to be the kind of the thing here, because the whole thing of Bongoni Brawlers at this point is that they have to bring it to a set 5, and obviously Seraphim has that kind of win condition in the pocket if it goes that long. So we'll just have to see how they play it. I mean, if they were able to keep it up like they were last round, they might be able to do something, but it's definitely going to be a tough battle over on the stat side of things to deal with all this. And in this top corner, Malachi bringing out the cage, but AJ Cannon able to save it and get it out of there. Huge defense coming out from the side of Bongoni Brawlers as a now primary sends it all the way over, blocked by Suseki, and now back in the midfield. AJ Cannon trying to get it back over to Blades of Valor, the pillar from Seiji, and the banish comes out to get it through Malachi. The soup comes out, and one barrier will go down. Can they get a second one? Yes, Blades of Valor bringing down that top side barrier, but now Malachi pushing it back into the corner with a Malco secondary will red core it in right in overtime, as Seraphim will take the first point this set.
Yeah, Bengali Brawlers, it's really just a matter of, like, we need to play defense super solidly, get the core to Blades Valor and win. And we need to play our strengths, right? Because the only reason these characters, like, can lose is because they can't defend. If they can defend properly, I mean, not at, like, a perfect defense where they never get scored on, but they can defend just as well as, like, an Atlas goalie can, then they're going to find a way to run away with this game using Rune's pillars on offense, which are just massive. Pillars kind of on defense sometimes. And, like, also Now's freaking healing is just going to stop them from losing the kill game.
And, I mean, what a play from Bongoni Brawlers. I mean, they saved it with the core flip and just immediately shot it up to Blades Valor, as if that wasn't essentially the perfect way to summarize the win condition that you're basically just talking about. They can keep up a little bit more. They do have a bit of an energy advantage here. Seiji burning a core flip immediately. Won't get too much off of it, though. But still in this midfield now, Mythotastic and Malachi will bring down a barrier on the top side of Bongoni Brawlers as AJ trying to get it out of here. But a pass back up to Mythotastic will lead to a pendulum swing and that barrier going down. But they've been in this position many times before. 2 barriers to an open goal. Blades Valor bringing out 1. The banish comes out. The soup comes out. And Malachi is staggered in the top side. But with the core in hand, will be able to just walk it right in before anyone can find the KO, bringing Seraphim to match point.
Yeah, another thing to notice here is, like, Rasmus's kickoff is really solid. So if it's Bloods on that side, they don't have too much. And Master X Malachi is also doing really well at kickoff. So pretty much every single kickoff they're going to be losing. If they can get it past this first kickoff, their chances go up a lot on this offense. And they could run away with this yet again and try and bring this into a set 5.
It seems to be the pattern that if the set goes long enough, Bongoni will eventually score, but on those short ones, oh, and AJ Cannon getting KO'd here. It's just Seiji of Blades Valor left to try and defend. Malachi taking a lot of damage. Core flip comes out from Blades Valor, try and send it into the top corner, and by a little bit of time, looks like AJ Cannon will be able to respawn here. But with an open goal and match point on the line, it could be a very potentially dangerous situation. Suiseki with core flip, pushing up to the midfield, looking to find a shot, burning it here in the midfield. But Blades Valor with the log will block it and earn a barrier. Mythotastic, though, with the hook, brings it into the top, gets KO'd by Blades Valor, though. Now on the bottom side, Seiji trying to win this 2v3 here. Bongoni Brawlers has their big moment. AJ Cannon passing down to Seiji, dribbling on the bottom, bringing it into the corner, but Blades Valor just can't quite reach it, and Mythotastic will be back online as we are now in overtime. Mythotastic on the top dribbles, but is blocked by the pillar from Seiji, but they're still going to have another chance here. AJ able to clear it out, though. Mythotastic can't get it through Blades Valor just yet. Passing it down, Seiji on the bottom, bringing out the pillar. Suiseki passing it over to Malachi, puts AJ in the cage, but doesn't have the core to score it. A hook leads it straight into Blades Valor. He's able to sink it right into the top side, and Bongoni Brawlers run away with the round once again and bring it to a tied match point.
Yeah, if you're Seraphim in this situation, like, you got the kill on the goalie early, you got a literal free goal if Maxter's Malachi didn't overflick, and you lost that point. This is the worst your team can be. Like, they're demoralized. Like, they're going to have trouble, right? They're going to be like, gosh darn it, why didn't you do something there, right? They're going to be blaming each other. And that is not a situation you want to be in, unless they win this right now. I'll let this go back to you.
Oh, but Blades Valor with another big KO. You're going to probably be the KO leader at the end of this match. They do have an open goal, but with core flips coming up for the sides of Bongoni Brawlers, they will bring down one barrier. Core flip from Seiji. It is blocked so far. The cage from Malachi coming out in the middle field as well. Mythotastic will come back online, but AJ Cannon still has a core flip in the pocket just in case. You can use it in this top corner right here. Sends it all the way in the bottom. Doesn't get the point, though. But Blades Valor pushing up will win the strike war against Suiseki and bring it to a set 5. Bongoni Brawlers looking to drag this one back from the absolute depths. Blades Valor, the MVP, and show me that spark of leadership. There it is. And Suiseki all the way at the bottom. They have 2 chances to deny this, but there are also some really other nice things on this board here. So let's just see what they do.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see if you're Suiseki right now, because now the enemy gets their choice of who denies this. They no longer have to deny it with their first pick. They get to choose who denies it. And it looks like Dubu picks this up, because there really isn't anything like super great for Dubu. Rune gets cast last, now gets team player. Alice gets twin drive, but compared to Spark of Leadership, that's kind of a bad draft. And I think that this draft, because of how it played out, who went first, who went second, who went third, Bongoni Brawlers has a very high chance of running away with this. Like, we do have to remember, right, they are going to struggle at these early parts of the point. If they can just bring it out, if they can stall these rounds out, then they could win this. This could be the comeback. This could be the reverse sweep.
Yeah, talk about an Osas story, reverse sweeping it already. Like, I mean, it should set the tone, I think, for tonight. But Bongoni Brawlers opening up the goal for the first, being the first ones to open up the goal for the first time, could potentially be a good sign. Malachi will secure a barrier here, though, as Mythotastic, looking to keep his offense going, brings out the whiplash and a perfect pass off the bumper to Malachi. We'll see Seraphim score first, but it's still, this could go either way here in this set, really. It's just going to depend on who messes up the least and who brings out the clutch plays when it matters.
Yeah, I mean, when we get into these set 5.5s, strategies that only work half the time can be the deciding factor. It can just be, hey, I'll do this crazy thing that's only ever worked once before and will only ever work once again, and that could be our moment. That's how tense this is. You have to make sure that nothing goes through. You have to play perfectly. The amount of pressure on these players is quite staggering in that sense.
Yeah, but oh, what a core flip from Suiseki. It goes all the way around, and AJ Cannon can't reach it in time. So Seraphim will be bringing themselves to a set point here, but Bongoni Brawlers does have a decent energy advantage here. They could bring it back, but it will be tough. Banish comes out from Seiji. Will bring down that top barrier as Blades Valor just going to work in this top side, taking so much damage, though. Stagger just trying to play his life a little bit. Suiseki looking for the kill, letting Malachi and Mythotastic push hard, bring down one barrier. Looks like they're going to try and push for 2. Going to need to find an angle to try and get past AJ Cannon. Pendulum Swing should be enough, but the core flip comes out to save it, but they're still able to keep it in the pocket and bring down the barriers. Now Suiseki pushing up to this midfield. AJ Cannon playing for his life, able to barely save that and get it past Mythotastic there on the top side, but Seraphim is still pushing hard, pushing through this midfield, but the now Primary sends it into the pocket. Suiseki able to get it out, though. Sending it up in the top to Mythotastic and Malachi. Now on the top side, the cage comes out, bounces around. AJ clears it down, but Suiseki just runs up and sinks it right into the bottom as Seraphim will be taking it in a crazy round 1 here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Seraphim just played excellently. It's just like, hey, we're going to take the Sparks. We're going to force you to deny Spark leadership, which is going to give us our edge back, and that's how we're going to win. Especially when you start out 2-0 in sets. If you take all the Sparks, the enemy team's going to have to waste their first picks denying you, which is the last thing they want to do. And that really only happens if you've already won. If you've already lost, then it's your first picks that are being wasted taking the Sparks.
Yeah, the draft game definitely favored them in the long run because of that. And Bongoni Brawlers, they play pretty well, but they definitely struggled on the defense in those early sets. AJ Cannon may have been maybe a little bit nervous, maybe a little of those tournament vibes, stream vibes, who knows. But, whiffed a few things, had a few unfortunate secondaries. And when a game comes down to as close as that, that can be all that matters sometimes. But still got a very solid redirects here, solid saves. Blade's Valor with the 6 goals and 6 KOs on the Dubu forward, though. Did go pretty insane, but ultimately Seraphim just able to hold it down a little bit longer, even despite the pretty wild comeback that Bongoni Brawlers started to make there. So GG's to both teams.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great game. Bongoni Brawlers almost had the comeback clutch. They played really well. Both teams played really well. I mean, this is just it. Sometimes you just lose one draft and that's game. Sometimes you miss one flip and it's game, right? These kinds of situations are really pressuring, and it was a great game. It's just kind of sad to see one of the teams go.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately someone has to lose. That's just the way it goes, even if you want to end up seeing both teams win. But this is double elimination, I think, right? I don't have the bracket up in front of me, but I'm pretty... Oh, yeah, round robin group stage.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so, they're still alive.
Yeah, they're still plenty alive.
Lost
they lost the round, but I imagine this won't be the last we see of...
It's almost a knowledge gap, guys.
Oh, yeah, no. We are in fact gapped by information. We did not do our research. My bad. But Bongoni Brawlers, certainly still looking like a decent contender here. Maybe a little bit of a different comp might have been better in that situation. Now Rune, it's just a lot of creation stuff, which seems like it can be good, but I feel like when teams end up picking stuff that's just all creation based, it's kind of swingy on whether it ends up being really good or really bad, just depending on a variety of factors. And I think they definitely played well, but I don't know. I think maybe just having potentially a different goalie pick, different midfield pick even, might have been a little bit better. Maybe I don't know, an Era or a Estelle or something, a little bit more mobile potentially than the Rune, but I guess we'll never quite know.
Yeah, the way I see it is you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. What Bongoni Brawlers ended up doing was they had 2 kind of gimmicky, kind of half core control, half something else characters. And as such, they just didn't have enough core control on defense. They just got shredded every kickoff because they didn't have anyone for kickoff. And when they were on offense, they were great, right? You've got the Dubu who can score, did some beautiful plays. You've got Rune who can back him up with pillars and hold the out clear at the same time, which is one of the things that only Rune can do. Then you have Now, who keeps them healthy just in case anything happens. But when you have a team like this, where you don't have anyone who can play defense, right? You end up getting in these situations where you can just lose points with 0 counterplay just because you have especially because now stagger tier went down, right? Even if like you have a really strong defensive goalie or a really strong defensive midfielder like Octavia now, because their stagger is so low, they can just die. So you really need someone who's really solid in these defensive spots, who's not going to die easily, so you can build up the rest of your team. And Bengali Brawlers, just, it works if you don't have that sometimes, but it didn't work that game, and that's what ultimately got to them.
Yeah, I mean the scoring potential was pretty huge. Blades of Valor definitely was very oppressive against Suiseki. Definitely probably gave him a little bit of trauma from all those KOs and those missile prop Dubu ults for sure. But yeah, their defense just wasn't quite up to speed. But that being said, Seraphim's defense was pretty solid. Suiseki was mostly kind of defending by himself. Just kind of left the forwards up on the other side of the field to deal with the scoring, but was able to hold it down pretty well in a lot of cases. We're seeing most of those rounds. Seraphim would win kickoff, get both barriers, and then they'd keep both barriers up for a pretty significant amount of time. And Bongoni Brawlers would really have to like work to bring down both of them and then score. But it's kind of an interesting way of going about it, and maybe it's just the way that they're doing it on that map. But I'm curious to see how they end up going on other maps against other teams, potentially with different comps, with kind of that mindset of just let the goalie hold it down for as long as possible, and we just try and play power offense and try to score every chance we get.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things to note, right, is that like Suiseki couldn't really defend against the Dubu, but Suiseki could defend against the Dubu solo when they could. Versus on the other side, right, for Bengali Brawlers, now can kind of defend, but now needs help. And that's the problem. Because when you go on offense, Rune isn't there every time. So sometimes they'd go on offense, Dubu would get the core, and Suiseki would just primary, and they would lose the entire offense. That's one of the other things that was happening. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, when one team can set up and keep the core in motion, and the other team needs to somehow get the core on the other side, not lose it, set up, and then score, really one team just has more scoring opportunities. They have more chances. And with more chances, they're just gonna run away with it more often.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the other thing too is like, it came up a lot, that kickoff game. Seraphim was pretty much winning those kickoffs, and a lot of the time just instantly resulted in a barrier falling, or sometimes even two barriers falling. And kind of going, to what you just said, because now is going to have a hard time, dealing with that kind of pressure that they were putting up. Losing kickoff, like getting it out of that situation, trying to reconvert off of that defense, off of that lost kickoff, it just becomes so much more difficult, and it ends up letting them kind of snowball into getting, more things, while meanwhile Blades of Valor is just kind of stuck waiting to procure the rock. But meanwhile on the other side of the field, your team's just losing, so
yeah. And to be completely honest, I think Bengali Brawler played their comp really well. I mean, if you try playing that comp and like you don't have any synergy, you aren't used to your team or anything of that matter, right? What's gonna end up happening is like your forward's gonna have to 1v1 for about 30 seconds before your team can set up, and then you're gonna have to score. But I mean, with Bengali Brawlers, like they were actually scoring points. It wasn't as difficult for them to score points as you would expect with someone trying to run this comp. They would score, and then they would score. They had like what was it, 6 goals? That game, Dubu had 6 goals?
Yeah. 6 goals from Blades of Valor, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, at the end of the day, they were pulling off the comp really well. It's just kind of awkward when the enemy team has more chances than you. And they managed to pull through instead.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely did play very well. There were a lot of good saves, but there were also a lot of small mistakes, and maybe playing a different comp wouldn't have helped. maybe it would have. It's just hard to tell in situations like that. But this being said, we will be moving on to our next game here pretty soon. It's going to be IME Enjoyers versus the Monsters, which will be coming up in just a minute. But IME Enjoyers, that's Overgrown Melon, Sawyer, and looks like we got Odimon in here today. Meanwhile, the Monsters is Willy Boyle, Scandals, and Spruce Log coming up. So, let's see. I don't think I've actually seen the Monsters play, but I know that they're good. I have seen IME Enjoyers, but it's been a minute, so I don't remember everything, and I think they had... Yeah, they had in a different player instead of Odimon, so I've never seen him before, so we'll have to see what kind of tricks they have in the bag, but looks like we're going to be loading in just a minute, going over to Tycho Temple. Pretty interesting map pick here, so we'll have to see how this one plays out. Looks like we got a Kazan hover here from Spruce Log, one of his more iconic characters here.
Oh, a spec training start. This is not what you want to see when you're playing against someone who plays Kazan, especially if your team doesn't play it. I mean, yeah, like, they're forced to ban the Juno from Scandals. If, like, I know that, like, I haven't really seen these teams play, but I know Scandals is pretty strong. They played in KG. They did really well. They have like a 70% win rate or something on the Juno at this point. So like it just deserves a ban. So Spruce Log's always going to get the Kazan here, and they're just going to have to mirror. So I'm very interested to see, like, are they mirroring the Kazan, or are they picking the Kazan and letting the enemy mirror it? I'm very curious to see which one of those it is.
Yeah, interesting indeed. Looks like there will be an Atlas goalie from Willy Boyle here, so could see some revives come out as, yeah, looks like naturally the Kazan's going for that spec training, everyone else on the missile prop here. But Overgrown Melon and Spruce Log, a little bit different, differing ideas here. Spruce Log went for the slick kicks, and Overgrown Melon went, in fact, for the siphoning one, so core control kind of versus a little bit more damage, but with that spec training, all Kazan is damage, but Spruce Log immediately taking down 2 barriers and earning that level 2, which is pretty big. Obviously on Kazan, you get so much out of it, and immediately just slams down on Overgrown Melon. So much damage coming out, and looking to get the pass up to Scandals here in this top corner. Winning the strike wars against Odimon, Scandals will pick up the first points, and a few crucial levels here coming out for the side of the Monsters. As
yeah, I mean,
yeah, looks like Overgrown Melon's still on level 1. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, this is like one of the things you don't want to see. You don't want to see the Monsters who have a more core control comp than a damage comp. I know technically Kai is core control and damage, but you know, Era is full core control, right? Era doesn't have damage. So like you have a comp that is only going for core control and trying to win off of that, and they won in damage last point. This is really scary. If you're IME Enjoyers, this is like not what you want to see. This is the opposite of what you want to see. This is a very, very scary thing for them. And they're going to have to find a way to either, probably to come back into this damage game. They're probably going to win on damage this game. If they...
Yeah, probably. It's gonna be tough, but as I say that, Overgrown Melon will find the shot as Spruce Log just got beat up on the other side. And Overgrown Melon, not really a Kazan player, to my knowledge, so... Whereas Spruce Log is the character that he's more comfortable on. So we'll kind of have to see how this kind of Kazan difference ends up turning out. Overgrown Melon, though, gets the kill, but is revived. Spruce Log still staggered, though, as Overgrown Melon goes for another hook onto Spruce Log, but just barely survives off of that Tycho bumper, but is still running around. Looks like he might be lagging out a little bit here as Odimon trying to get it into this top corner, but Scandal's able to hold it down as Spruce Log is just thrown around this map like a pinball machine as Overgrown Melon will finally pick up the KO with that hook here. Scandals, though, with a core flip up, is still keeping the core on I Me Enjoyer's side of the field. Willie Boyle as well pushing up to this midfield. Core flip coming out from Scandals. Will pick up the barrier as Spruce Log back online now, looking to make a big push with all three members once again alive. But Overgrown Melon just absolutely deleting Willie Boyle's health bar. On this specialized training Kazaa, and core flip coming out from Sawyer, sending it all the way back over to Overgrown Melon in this bottom corner, looking for the barrier, but Willie Boyle able to clear it over to Spruce Log. Try to look for a scoring objective here. Core flip from Willie Boyle in the midfield. Perfect pass to Spruce Log. Shoots it right into the top side as the Monsters bring it to set point.
Yeah, I Me Enjoyers, like, they got online at that point. I think this is when they've hit their spike. Overgrown Melon hit level 2. Odemon hit level 2. They're starting to do a lot more damage. They're starting to have a lot more core control. And this is how they're probably going to try and win this game. They probably aren't going to try to win on core control just because they have more damage. Now, one of the things that we do need to look out for is like how they transfer this damage. Like if they kill Scandals here. Oh, never mind. Okay, I'll let this go back to you for that.
Yeah, who needs to kill Scandals when you could just score realistically, but I Me Enjoyers fire right back, as it looks like it could just be one of those games that goes back and forth with every team answering for a goal in turn, but we'll just have to see how it goes. The first set, of course, could be pretty crucial, as with two Kazans, if Twin Drive or something were to show up, you know, hotly contested thing here, but with both barriers down now, Odemon and Overgrown Melon are looking to make this push here, but Spruce Log able to bring down a barrier of his own now. Both sides are opened up as in a little battle in the midfield here. Willie Boyle trying to get it out of the goal box here, but Odemon and Overgrown Melon are just such presences right now. Able to get over to Spruce Log with a hook, going for the dribbles off the Kazan primary, but Scandals pushing up to provide a little bit of assistance will allow Spruce Log to sink it in, as the Monsters will take this crucial first set. And Willie Boyle getting the MVP here, but see if there's anything potentially insane. It's like 1-2 punch and heavy impact could be potentially hotly contested here. We'll just have to see how this plays out. There are some very nice things on this board.
Yeah, I mean, we also have to remember that the spark of leadership's in this game. This is a solo spark in the first draft. Someone's going to have to take it. It's just like last game. Like, imagine he has 3 sparks instead of 2, right? We'll probably see someone take the spark, please. Please? Guys? Hello? Excuse me? Hello? Okay, I'm going to ignore this. This draft never happened. I didn't see a thing. Hold up. I'll be back. I need to go wash my eyes out real quick.
Yeah, it's Spark of Power going unpicked there. Scandals opted for the Timeless Creator, which isn't like huge on Era. It's all right. It's fine, but I think overall the draft kind of leaning in the favor of I Me Enjoyers here. So we'll have to see what they could do. The Knife's Edge on Spruce Log could end up being pretty good, as these are kind of narrow lanes, not quite as OP as I Me Zap one, but could still provide a little bit more speed, a little bit more KO presence. But in this bottom side, Overgrown Melon with the dribble off the bumper into Kazan ult will be able to find the first point here for I Me Enjoyers, as they're going to try and earn a set of their own and hopefully keep this game as close as it's been the first set.
Yeah, I mean, I Me Enjoyers has like a really solid damage start. We have Kazan with 1-2 spec. We have Missile Prop Deadeye Kai. So as long as these guys can coordinate their damage onto one person and then transfer the damage to someone else, when someone's dead, they need to hit someone else, I think it will be very hard. Oh, that was clean. I'm going to let this back to you. It would be very hard for them to lose.
Yeah, pretty solid goal there. Willie Boyle still with a core flip up though, but I Me Enjoyers bringing it to set point like this could be pretty dangerous. They have a bit of an energy advantage, and I mean, so far they've been running away with this momentum that they got off of that draft here. Willie Boyle going for the core flip to try and clear it out here, but Sawyer able to hold it down, try and reconvert, and Overgrown Lemon there with a big double barrier right in the middle there, passing now up to Odemon, going for the strike force, but Scandals is still there in that top corner, able to send it down as Spruce Log pushing the top corner. Core flip comes out from Sawyer, send it all the way down to the bottom. Overgrown Lemon looking for the shot off of the bumpers, but Willie Boyle able to send it right back. Sawyer though getting it over into this top corner, and big Giga from Odemon hits Willie Boyle right in the face, able to sink it right in. I Me Enjoyers will pick up a set of their own and keep this one all tied up. Odemon, the MVP here, and there's the big spark of leadership. There is Twin Drive, Rapid Fire, Monumentalist, Explosive Edge. Oh my goodness, there's so much stuff on this board.
Kai taking Twin Drive is a bit questionable since Kazan's gonna have Twin Drive Rapid Fire. But yeah, like this is a big draft, and I think one of the things that's very it's not strange, it's just somewhat unexpected, right? The monsters who are playing a really heavy core control comp with the Era, the Kazan, the Atlas, right? They aren't actually winning core control. Pretty much all of those points didn't happen because someone died. I mean, one of them happened because Scandals got low. But I mean, what I would normally expect to happen is for them to win this core control game, for them to take like a couple barriers, but in the process of doing so, they take so much damage that they lose. I wouldn't really expect it to happen like this, where they're just losing on core control. Like Otamon just has more presence, and Sawyer just has more aggressiveness with missile prop. Like this is somewhat unexpected to me.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, enjoyers, just keeping this momentum up for real. I mean, shoot, you know, we talk about, you know, the draft and, you know, what's going on and interesting picks that are coming out, but at the end of the day, if it's working, it's working. And it's still, I mean, George, I able to hold it down for a little bit there. The barrier did go down here as Spruce Log still pushing this bottom side. Looks like Sawyer will have a clear angle here, trying to get it out over to Overgrown Melon. Woolly Boil goes for wins the strike war, but Overgrown Lemon with the hook into a Kazan strike, special strike, you know, the goofy one, will bring down a barrier as Scandals very hurt over in this backfield here. The Atlas was going to have to come out, but Spruce Log able to secure a barrier of his own, but off the rebound, Overgrown Lemon able to bring down a barrier and open up both sides here. Woolly Boyle trying to defend in this top corner, but with no cooldowns, Overgrown Lemon able to just flip it right in as Ivy Enjoyers bring it to set point once again, and the monsters just haven't been able to score since that first draft. Big storm coming out from Scandals on the kickoff. Finds a huge KO here onto the Kazan here. We'll bring down one barrier. Scandals still in this top side with the dribbles, bringing out the Arrow primary for the size. Giving Spruce Log some pressure here, but Sawyer able to clear it out, and Overgrown Lemon will be back online. One barrier still up, but not going to be able to get any offense of their own. Spruce Log gets the barrier and Sawyer's core flip, and a big KO comes out onto Overgrown Lemon once again, just not allowed to play for the set. Core flip coming out from Spruce Log is blocked by Sawyer as Odemon in the top side trying to dribble, but Spruce Log gets the KO on to Sawyer, and it's just going to be able to float right in. Woolly Boyle getting credited with the point here as the monsters able to finally put themselves back on the board and maybe keep this momentum going. The energy is in their favor as Scandals takes a lot of damage, very dangerously low, trying to push this top corner, but now it looks like they're able to push this bottom corner, bringing out the Storm as Spruce Log puts it right in the pocket, and the Storm, in fact, from Scandals will secure it, but Willie Boyle and Scandals still in this energy advantage. Overgrown Lemon able to bring down one barrier and two barriers though off of the Taiko drum. Core flip comes out from Willie Boyle to send it all the way back over though, but Sawyer trying to get it back out into this midfield where Odemon can do some work, but Spruce Log with the strike war will bring down the barrier. Overgrown Lemon with the hook into strike, but he cast it, he hit it too high up. It's gonna go back to Spruce Log, who does the same thing at the same angle, but actually lands it. The monsters bring it back, tie it up, set point once again. A pretty big comeback in this set. It couldn't be closer. 2-2, 1-1 so far. Sawyer does have a core flip up in the pocket, trying to hold it down, keeps the barrier up. Unfortunate angle there. Will bring down his own barrier, but Overgrown Lemon able to fire right back with two barriers off of that Kazan primary. Scandals passing it up to Spruce Log though, going for the Kazan ult, but Sawyer able to keep it out with that Mako secondary. Woolly Boyle and Scandals in a bit of a tight situation, able to clear it out for now, but with one barrier still up, I mean George's in pretty good position as a pass down to Overgrown Lemon. Can't quite secure it though, and whiffed the core flip on the air. No! Oh, you hate to see it. Scandals brings out the Storm to send it back up to Spruce Log, who will stuff it right through Sawyer and bring down that barrier. Now in the bottom corner, core flip coming out from Scandals. It's blocked by Sawyer though. Now Willie Boyle pushing up, trying to risk it all for this offense. 13 seconds till overtime as well. Odemon passing down to Overgrown Lemon in this bottom side. Back passes it to Sawyer though, and Spruce Log with the strike war finds the point. The monsters take a second set. It may have been a misplay from that Kazan. Something might have hit it as well. It looked like it might have been a little bit of a back pass or a lag moment even potentially, but the monsters get full access to this, and it will be quick strikes going over to Spruce Log. Extra special on the Mako. Fighter Flight going over the Era. It's like Prize Fighter here on... Who is that? Overgrown Lemon. Glass Cannon on this Atlas. Looks like Siege Machine will go untaken on the Atlas. So none of that, but more speed coming out from the side of Willy Boyle. So we'll just have to see if they can keep this going, if Overgrown Lemon can in fact stack that Prize Fighter or not, and that extra special on Sawyer should definitely come in useful, but we'll have to see as Spruce Log immediately bringing down one barrier, not even 10 seconds in here. Scandal still keeping it up in this top side, but all three members of IME Enjoyers on defense here. Scandal's now pushing this bottom side. Spruce Log is staggered, but looks like he's going to be able to get that bottom barrier. Will pay for it with his life, though, as Scandal's in this bottom corner dribbling, brings out the Storm, but Sawyer able to get it around and actually secure a barrier off of that clear, and another barrier goes down from Overgrown Lemon here. It's just Scandals and Willy Boyle for another few seconds trying to play this defense with an open goal. Spruce Log will respawn here as Scandals with the core flip back up in this midfield. Spruce Log with the pass. Core flip comes out, but Sawyer blocks with a core flip of his own. Still keeping on this bottom side, though. Very dangerous as the Storm comes out, and it's just going to push him in. Scandals finds the point. The Monsters have regained their momentum and are once again being the Monsters.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi went out, so I'm back now. Probably. I might not be back for long. Depends on how this works.
Don't worry, I solo these. It's good to have you back.
Continue spectating.
Oh well. But top corner, Spruce Log able to bring down the second barrier here. The goal is now open. Willy Boyle in the midfield, but Odemon pushing way up with a Kai secondary, trying to keep it safe. But Spruce Log is very staggered, trying to play his life over on this other side. And a big cage comes out from Sawyer, absolutely deletes him. Now Sawyer needs to keep this core clear. They do have the striker advantage here. Odemon pushing up with the barrage. Will be able to get Overgrown Melon. Overgrown Melon, huge KO onto the goalie. Core flips it in. Another KO comes out as well as IME Enjoyers fire back in an explosive point to try and keep the Monsters from just taking the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of winning how I expected them to win at the start. They have a really strong KO start. I mean, Overgrown Melon has Spec, 1-2 Punch, Explosive Entrance, and Prize Fighter. 3 stacks. I mean, they have a lot of damage. They'll kill 1, and then they'll hit 2, and 2 will die by by the time one respawns. Like, that is legitimately just how they're going to play this game, and this could be, like, their win con. Like, this could just show up and have them absolutely destroy.
Yeah, it seems like it, as the Monsters have just been scoring left and right, and there's another one coming out from the Monsters, as IME Enjoyers have only been able to get 1 point since they took that big set earlier in the game. The Monsters have basically just 6-0'd those previous, or 3-0'd that previous set, and almost 3-0'd this one, as it looks like they're trying to do it again with an immediate kickoff win into an offensive push here. Spruce Log trying to get something, but a core flip from Willy Boyle will bring down the barrier, but pays for it with his life. The damage from Overgrown Lemon is just too much. The Storm from Scandal is going to have to defend for a little while longer here, though. 3 more seconds till the goalie's back online. Core flip from Spruce Log to keep it over there by a bit more time, and with Willy Boyle back online, looks like it's all evened up once again. Odemon trying to get it down to Overgrown Lemon, but the cage from Sawyer is going to actually prevent that a little bit of unfortunate placement there. Will allow the Monsters offense to keep going, but Odemon and Overgrown Lemon trying to work their way back up this field, but with Spruce Log damage like this, they might just be able to, and just like that, the barrier will in fact go down to Spruce Log, just getting knocked all around here. Overgrown Lemon looks like it might be having a little bit of internet issues, kind of lagging around a bit, but it's still going to be kind of tough as Scandals with the Storm will bring down the barrier. Core flip from Sawyer sends it over to Overgrown Lemon and a hook into strike. Perfect. The Kazan special. IME Enjoyers will bring it back once again from the brink. Tied, set point, and match point for the Monsters. They are desperately trying to keep this one as close as possible for real.
Yeah, I mean, I think another thing to mention is, right, like, that was one of their scariest points. They died instead of killed. They didn't kill for a really long time, and they still won. So they're in high spirits, and when you're in high spirits, it's really easy to run away with the momentum. So these guys could win the next point and have an advantage into the next set.
Yeah, it's still going to be kind of hard as with Scandals bringing down that barrier here. Sprucelog in a good position, potentially score, but 1v2 is going to be just a little bit too much. Corflip comes out with Willy Boyle, but it doesn't hit the angle. It bounces back. It's still in this bottom corner, though. Monsters has a chance to keep this going. The pressure is still on, but with all the abilities burnt, looks like Endurers will be able to keep it safe for now, as now Odimon in the top trying to get it out. Primary from Willy Boyle sends it back around, but Overgrown Lemon on this bottom side trying to get it past Scandals here, passing it up to the top. Odimon bringing out the barrage, but doesn't quite land it. Willy Boyle able to send it all the way back around, but Overgrown Lemon now bringing out the damage and has a core flip in the back pocket. Burns it here after sending Scandals flying. Enjoyers will take the set, and we are going to another set 5.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, you're holding topside? Really? You're really holding topside? Go away. Flings him out of the map. It's just... Yeah, I mean, one way to win topside is to throw the enemy who's topside halfway across the map. That's one of the methods I can think of.
Yeah, they can't hit it if they're not there. Interestingly enough, also, Unstoppable and Recovery Drone are on this this board. Looks like Recovery Drone will be picked up by Willy Boyle here. One spark going over to is that Sprucelog, who does have Spark of Leadership. So it is only one spark, but it still could be pretty good. Cooldown on the Atlas can definitely go pretty hard and put in some good work. And Sawyer with that team player, though, could also be a pretty decent threat. Overall, pretty solid draft for both teams. So should make for a pretty exciting round. Is already Sprucelog getting KO'd, but revived, but immediately KO'd again. Overgrown Lemon is just an absolute beast right now. Sawyer now passing up to Odimon. Barrage comes out. Willy Boyle able to keep it safe, though, in the 2v3, as Sprucelog will become back online here. Scandals looking for this barrier. Will find it with the Era primary. Now in this bottom corner, looking to keep the offense going, sending it to the top, but a strike war from Odimon, keeping it out of the goal for now. Sprucelog going for the hook, but Sawyer able to save it. The Storm gets charged up, but Sawyer able to get it around there. Not going to make the same mistake twice on that one. But Sprucelog now with the dribble going up. Odimon able to block it, though, trying to get past Scandals, passing down to Sprucelog once again. Goes for the same shot, but it is still blocked by Ivy Enjoyers. Corflip coming out from Willy Boy. Sent all the way back by Sawyer over to Overgrown Lemon. Now in this bottom corner, looking to pick up and open up a barrier of their own, passing up to Odimon, pushing this top corner, will bring down the barrier, but Sprucelog off the rebound will be able to win the strike war against Sawyer and find the point for the Monsters as they continue to score in what is looking at to be a very close game, but also a very brutal game. It feels like both sides are sweeping, even though we're in a set 5.
I mean, every point's just like that. It's just like, oh, you tried your best. We still won the point. It's just every single point feels like whichever team's winning ends up losing. It's just what it feels like.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. It feels like, I mean, we saw IB Enjoyers, or Monsters swept the first one. IB Enjoyers fired back with 2 insane sets, and then the Monsters, of course, just brought it back to where we are now, and it's just been back and forth this whole time. But with one barrier still up, the IME Enjoyers looking to be in a decent position as Odimon and Overgrown Lemon pushing this side. The Atlas secondary will send it all the way back over, though, but Sawyer able to hold down that top barrier and give Odimon a chance to score here, and will in fact just walk it in with the barrage. Willy Boyle not quite fast enough to catch up to it, as the IME Enjoyers will fire back with a point of their own.
Yeah, one of the things we could see from the Ami Enjoyers here is like another round where Overgrown Melon just gets kill after kill after kill. If that happens, they're going to fully stack Prize Fighter, and it's going to be very, very annoying for the Monsters, right? Yeah, the Monsters to play against. Oh, or they could just kill him first, you know? You can't really get kills if you're dead.
Yeah, that will bring Overgrown Lemon down to 0 Prize Fighter stacks as well, so not going to have quite as much kill presence, but with Willy Boyle having the self-revive and the Atlas ult, you know, it's definitely helped out the Monsters a little bit on that survival front here, but they still have 2 barriers to bring down in this round, and Sawyer has a core flip up as well. Looks like they're going to use it immediately there against Sprucelog to send it back over to Willy Boyle, but Overgrown Lemon passing up to Odimon in this top side will bring down this barrier here, as now they're looking to potentially score Sawyer going for it, but a slam there from Overgrown Lemon actually sends it into the top corner and kind of lets him control it a little bit better here. But now still on this bottom side, Scandals keep sending it into the pocket. Sawyer and Spruce Log just having the strike wars of their life. Spruce Log eventually going to win that, but the cage comes out from Sawyer. We'll keep the second barrier up for now. It's Willie Boyle sending it all the way back over in this overtime. Scandals with the storm. The hook comes out from Overgrown Lemon, but Willie Boyle with the core flip. It is blocked by Overgrown Lemon, though, as Enjoyer is keeping this offense up. Odemon with the dribbles in this top corner, trying to get it out, but Spruce Log will send it all the way back over and earn up a barrier here. As now floating in the bottom corner, anyone's ball. Sawyer and Spruce Log just fighting it out, but with the Kazan open primary, just stuff it in. Spruce Log will bring the monsters to match point and keeping the core flip up. This could be big. It's kind of even on energy, but Spruce Log has his readily available, so we'll just have to see how they utilize it.
Yeah, I mean, flips are a huge resource. I'll just let the players speak for themselves now.
Yeah, immediately used it on kickoff to get that double barrier and then died like a Chad, I guess. Core flips, gets 2 barriers, refuses to elaborate, and then dies. That's Spruce Log, I guess. But this is big for the monsters, that they just need to score it here to take the game. Sawyer does have core flip, has to burn it right here to send it all the way back, but Overgrown Lemon also sitting on a core flip, immediately burning it as I say that, but it gets blocked and the cage comes out from Sawyer, so it's not going anywhere, and Spruce Log just gonna casually 1v3 as well to win the strike war there and take the game for the monsters.
Yeah, Spruce Log's been doing... Oh my god, I think my game broke because I DC'd. But, like, no. It's actually broken. I have to... Hold up, tactical difficulties. Tactical difficulties. You keep going. Give me a minute.
Alright, well, we'll just take a look at these stats here. Yeah, wow, both Kazans, 8-1 for goals, but 5 KOs from Overgrown Lemon, 2 from the side of Spruce Log, and the damage is pretty significant. 30, not quite 30k, 29k to almost 39k. Here, but almost even redirects as well, and almost even shots. So other than the KOs, these two Kazans were pretty much on par, even though it was in fact well, I guess you know, the monsters who ended up winning. So that's kind of interesting to note. But yeah, it looks like overall pretty solid. 108 saves from Sawyer. Goes pretty hard, definitely held it down. Yeah, but overall the monsters just... Yeah, it's hard to say, I guess, because both teams, like I said it in the beginning, when they went back and forth that first set, where it was just going to be one of those games where it's just one team scores, then the other team scores, then one team scores, then the other team scores, and that's like basically exactly what we got. I could have asked for a better game. Both teams absolutely played their hearts out. Some crazy plays, some crazy explosive goals / KOs coming out from both sides. But yeah, I mean, Joyce definitely probably hit a few clips there. I think that one on the replay that we saw a few moments ago as well was pretty wild. But yeah, overall the monsters still being absolute monsters and taking this one decisively, even though, you know, set 5, but you know, overall kind of solid drafts, solid defense, but I think it's really just offense on both teams, really. It was pretty crazy.
One of the things to remember this game is that Enjoyers had probably the worst start they could have asked for. I'm not certain, but Lego Mage said earlier, right, that they might not play Kazan, at least not nearly as much as the monsters do. And, like, you have to ban the Juno. But Kazan also has his perfect start. Kazan has spec training start. So you can't not play the Kazan, but you have to ban the Juno. It's like, that is probably the toughest situation for them. Like, that is definitely not what they wanted to see at the start. And that means, like, if we see these two teams play against each other in, like, any other time, it could be a totally different outcome. It could be a sweep. It could not be a sweep. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I was definitely. It was a really close game. That was just going back and forth the whole time. Yeah, and I mean, I think Lemon also was having some lag issues as well. It looked like, which is a bit unfortunate. You know, that may have changed the outcome, but who knows really? I mean, they had him in the first half. Not gonna lie, but both teams just kept firing back one after the other. So it was, yeah, I don't know. It was just pretty insane. I'll have to go back and rewatch that game because honestly, it was pretty wild. But we will be getting into our next one pretty shortly, which is Ballin' Ballers and Chikara something. I think this is Cat Girls. Let me look real quick at my thing.
I'm like 90% sure it's Cat Girls.
I'm pretty sure this is in fact Cat Girls. Yes, this is Cat Girls. So Cat Girls versus Ballin' Ballers. Ballin' Ballers, I think they're the ones who qualified week 1. But Cat Girls were the last ones to qualify in the previous Osas week. So this is the old qualifiers versus the new qualifiers here. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, everyone on Cat Girls with the Imi Bop emote as well definitely goes hard. But we got, you know, Cat GPT, we got Moruru, we got Imi, who is just that, you know, you all know Imi. But on the other side, Ballin' Ballers, we got the legendary Dr. Bebop, who was a Knowledge Gap player as well.
Yeah, he was on my team. I taught him. I
Yeah.
also taught Cat GPT-3 for a bit. I also taught Imi for a bit. I've taught both teams. I win no matter what.
Yeah, you've been around the world a little bit here. But yeah, interested to see how this ends up going down. Like I said, the qualifiers from week 1 and the qualifiers from the last week. And it looks like we will be getting a Gates of Obscura game, the reworked Gates of Obscura, which is very cool. We've played it a bit. It's definitely improved. And Cat Girls actually won their last game to qualify on the old Gates of Obscura. So we'll see if they're still able to keep up the pace on that map with the changes.
Oh my God. I just taught Zanseki, the person who like coaches the Chikara Cat Girls, the Gates of Obscura meta for the side portals. Like I taught him that 2 weeks ago. So I think they might know a thing or two about the map, you know?
Interesting.
There's tiny potential. They know literally every single secret to how to play it at the top level. And the enemy team might not be expecting that since it just got reworked where it doesn't have the corner portals. Because not that many teams have the side portals figured out other than my team and a few others in ASL.
Yeah. What?
What?
Oh,
Okay.
looks like we're getting a remake here real quick. For one reason or another, they need a remake, so there'll just be a few more moments, but we can just yap for a moment, I suppose.
You know, let's yap about how I literally can't lose this. Because, you know, you see,
True.
I just taught Dr. Bebop. So I taught him all the strategies. Well, most of the new ones anyway, not all of them. I didn't teach him the one for this map. And I also taught Chikara Chakrol, so kind of indirectly since I taught Zon plus Boxcard plus Appa. So yeah, they should know this map. And I also taught them directly, so they should know my strategies too. It's just like, how can I lose when both teams are doing my stuff here? It's just like, it's gonna be so sad for me to see one of them lose this game.
Well, I mean, y'all heard it here. If this is a giant whiff fest, it's Evil Drew Danger's fault. But
Like, if you see the goalies just not play the goalie position, it's my fault. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah. How dare you? We'll see. The orb meta might be strong with these teams. We'll have to see how that that pans out. But we'll be loading it back in just a moment. Back on Gates still once again to duel it out.
I just need to see the lore completed one time, where both goalies take the other goalie's orb. Just once.
That would go so hard. Especially on this map, where you just leave and you just leave it to the whim of don't send it through the portal.
Yeah, literally exactly what I want to see. Oh my god, is that Aimi on Dubu? No way. That's not
Looks
possible.
It's like an Octavia band coming out on a Stagger Swagger Hotshot start. Pretty interesting. Not willing to risk it, I guess.
Who would have ever thought of the Aimi ban?
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't have, but but
Let's
yeah,
not
it looks
talk
like
about the 3 Aimi chicks on a team.
oh gee, yeah, but it will in fact be Aimi on the Dubu once again. CatGPT on the signature Estelle here, and Moruru looking like deciding between the Juno and the Asher will in fact go on the Asher, something that they have been cooking on for a hot minute, as Asher Dubumir over on the other side, Era coming out in the midfield here from Lufoxdio. I actually don't know. Lufoxdio? I think that's how you say that. I don't know how to say that. But
And it's Lu Fox Dio.
Lufoxdio.
So. Lufoxdio. Wait, is
Lufoxdio,
it 3 syllables though?
I
Or is it
don't
one
know.
syllable for... I mean, they can't be one syllable for Lu Fox. For
I'm just gonna say-
Foxdio, maybe. Oh wait, yeah, they
I'm-
are taking
yeah.
my strategies.
Oh wow, that's
Part of
pretty
them.
insane.
Yeah.
We'll just go with Lufoxdio for now, unless it is corrected and I'm called out like I am at least once per stream. But one barrier going down for each side. Dr. Bebop pushing up with the soup. It will be a portal clear though from Aimi to get it out of there. Once again, sending it back through the portal, but Dr. Bebop sends it right back in as Aimi sending it now into the bottom corner, waiting for CatGPT and Moruru to make this push here into this bottom side, but Pass Splitter will come out, and that will be enough to secure it here for Moruru. CatGPT blinking up to the top, but Dr. Bebop, sorry, able to hold it down. Moruru, though, after the roll, will be able to Asher primary it in and earn up that core flip here as well. So pretty big point coming out from Chikara Catgirls, as they will be the first to put their name on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Bebop, at the very least, he went with the strategy. He just only hit it through the portal. Exactly what I tell everyone. It's just the portal. Oh my god. The prediction. These teams both know my strategies.
They have learned well, I guess. Good dribble there from Aimi to clear it up. CatGPT passing to Maru, but Dr. Bebop with the KO off the roll, and oh no, Lufoxdio with another KO with the storm. It's just going to allow Ivy. The barrier will fall with 2 core flips up for the side of Ball and Ballers. This could be bad. Aimi holding it down though with the soup. Moruru will respawn. CatGPT back online. Big Anime Milk is pushing this top corner, burning the core flip, and it goes right through all 3 members of Catgirls. Aimi can win the 1v3, but not the 3v1. Unfortunate, as Ball and Ballers will fire back.
Yeah, one thing I will mention is that I think on this new update, it's a lot easier for Dubu to get roll and wall kills because the enemy typically plays a little bit farther back than they did in the previous one, where they could just hard commit and never worry about the enemy outclearing.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting the way that they've done these barriers here, because like you say, like they can play a little bit further back. So, you know, sometimes it things like Asher would have a better time kind of killing on the other map, but now you have things like Dubu where you end up getting KOs. But speaking of which, the Asher ult coming out and taking out Aimi here, as looks like Ball and Ballers looking to make this push. Dr. Bebop just continuously sending it back up, and Big Anime Milkies will be the one to win the strike war against CatGPT, sink it right into the top, as Ball and Ballers will bring it to set point.
I swear, Big Anime Milkies just heard you. They're like, oh, Asher can't kill this map, can they? Let's test that theory real quick. Asher can't kill. Oh, what's that? I killed Aimi? Huh, but I thought Asher could kill.
Yeah,
That's
making
a strange thing.
making me eat my words there off the technicalities. But Dr. Bebop with a core flip through the portal. What a shot from Dr. Bebop to take the set. It goes right past Aimi. They were not expecting that there. Looks like Lufoxdio will be the MVP on this era here. Couple interesting things on the board. 2 sparks as well showing up in this first draft, which, as we've seen tonight, can be very important.
I have taught Dr. Bebop everything. He will take a spark if he gets to him. Specifically spark a Rezil, hopefully. But there's a chance he won't take that. He'll take spark or focus. But I guarantee this man will take a spark. Take a spark!
It will be a spark of focus. Don't worry, Dr. Bebop took the spark. Aimi took the timeless.
Oh, you're right. Dr. Bebop took the spark.
Yeah.
I got it backwards.
Yeah, wrong Dubu.
I taught him everything.
Maruru with the KO onto the opposing Asher here. It's going to allow Catgirls to just push up into this bottom corner, but Dr. Bebop and Lufoxio are actually holding it down really well. Just strikes, the barriers are still up. The defense is wild, and Big Anime Milky's is back alive once again, and now pushing a corner of their own. Dr. Bebop sending it through the portal here, and the team just converting down to this bottom side. Dr. Bebop pushing up to keep it out of going into the portal the wrong way here. Still keeping it in this bottom side, but now it's Aimi and CatGPT who are holding it down. The defense from both teams this round has just been on point, and Aimi gets it around the Asher primary there. Dr. Bebop trying to roll back, and a barrier will finally fall. Now 2 barriers fall as Maruru takes it. Coreflip coming out, gets it past the Dubu log, and right through Dr. Bebop. Chikara Catgirls will be the first to score in the second set.
Yeah, that's just a masterclass by Chikara Catgirls. Hit it through the farther portal, so it goes to shorter portal and attacks the barrier that way. Big Anime Milky's just died. I'm going to let this go back to you. This is action-packed. Have fun.
Yeah, action-packed indeed, as with an Asher down once again. Asher dead alert, but core flips are coming up. Dr. Bebop sends it through the portal. Aimi barely able to get back to save that, but passed down now to Big Anime Milky's in this bottom side. The soup comes out from Dr. Bebop as they're still pushing this side. They don't get a barrier, but they do get Aimi's core flip out of him. As now Catgirls looking to make a push, but Ball and Ball are firing right back, just pushing this bottom side, bringing out the pass splitter, but the suit from Aimi will shut that down, but it's still stuck in this corner. The roll comes out, gets it past the Storm. Maruru dribbling on this bottom side, but Lufoxio with the core flip is blocked by Aimi though, and off to CatGPT3, who is able to score a barrier. Big Anime Milky is able to push up with the Asher primary and get a barrier of his own though. Now it's Aimi passing over to Maruru, dribbles into core flip, sends it off the bottom. Core flip from Dr. Bebop sends it through the portal though. Aimi is right there to respond, but so is Big Anime Milky's, and with a great little dribble off that back wall will bring down the barriers. Dr. Bebop passing over to Lufoxio. Big Anime Milky's with the dribble into Asher primary, just stuffs it right through Aimi as Ball and Ballers take a point now of their own, and that is a very interesting victory dance. The Congo line goes very hard.
Yeah, one thing that I think went unnoticed there was actually that Chikara Catgirls used the Asher primary on defense, the updated Asher primary, to just win every interaction and get it out. They've done that a couple of times, and I think that's quite an interesting adaptation to the new update, or to the new patch.
Yeah, the Asher fixes, the Asher changes were definitely seem to be pretty well received from Asher main, so it's good to see it utilized here. Great clear from Aimi, sending it through the portal, get it past the Asher with the core flip, and brings down a barrier, but Dr. Bebop now sending it back up. Core flip coming out from Big Anime Milky's. Will get it past Aimi's core flip here as well, as Ball and Ballers will bring it to another set point, and bringing out the Congo line once again. It gives them so much power to do that. This being synchronized like that, that's how they work together. That is how they do it. That's the secret, I think.
Yeah, one more thing to note is that, like, the Congo line's just, like, once the enemies see that, they're like, darn it. It's like such a morale boost to your allies, and the enemy is just, like, so pissed off by it. It's such a good freaking victory emote, you could say.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I've not seen it before, but big KO from Big Anime Milky's onto Maruru will lead to Lufoxio core flipping it all the way up into the top as they're looking to make this push. The Plasplitter comes out, still pushing this side, and Asher primary will secure the barrier here. Maruru back online as Dr. Bebop sends it through the portal, but the Storm comes out from Lufoxio and takes out Aimi, will allow the second barrier to go down, and the goal is open. CatGPT forced onto this defense as Big Anime Milky's does still have a core flip up. CatGPT able to send it through the portal and buy a little bit more time for Aimi to respawn. But this barrier is still up, and we are going into overtime now. Dr. Bebop brings out the suit for some security against these midfielders as Lufoxio dribbling into the bottom, tries to go for the arrow ult, but sends it up to the top where Big Anime Milky's on the other side of the wall with the core flip, finds the KO and the point, and the Congo line comes back out. Big Anime Milky's, this MVP going into the set. Spark of leadership on the board here as well as team player. and Unstoppable. A lot of interesting things here in this draft.
Surely Spark of Leadership goes all the way to Dubu, guys. Surely. Surely. I want to see... No, okay. Never mind. I think after this, it's among Titans for the Dubu. Bebop, please. I taught you everything. Whew. Okay, he's figured everything out. He's got two size scaling teammates. He takes the thing that makes them both scale and the thing that gives him speed, which is the most valuable stat for a goalie. At least he knows that. At least he knows that.
Yeah, overall, pretty solid draft, kind of for both teams. The Unstoppable on Big Anime Milkies should definitely keep him alive a little bit longer here. I haven't actually seen it since it's been updated, so curious to kind of see it in action now. But one barrier will fall down as Cat Girls make that play, but Ball and Ballers looking to make an offensive push of their own. Lufoxio through the portal, put on the top side, will secure the barrier here. And now Dr. Bebop on the defense. Hits it right into the Cat GPT's Estelle primary, though, and the goal will be open. Big Anime Milky sending it through the portal to push this top side once again. Lufoxio trying to make the pass, but Aimi with the log will shut it down. Dr. Bebop with the roll will give him another chance here, though. Going for the strike where Core Flip comes out from Aimi. Sends it through the portal, though, as Dr. Bebop back on the defense. A lot of pressure coming out from Cat Girls, and Maruru able to just keep Dr. Bebop staggered up in that top corner and not able to get down on that bottom side. And now Cat Girls has joined the Congo line. It's over. They're coming back now. They've synced into the brainwaves and they got all their radio signals.
Just like, oh, you can do that. It looks kind of cool. Let's copy them.
Yeah, pretty funny. But there are two core flips on the side of Cat. Oh, I say that, and immediately the Asher goes down. So that's pretty huge. Energy is coming up for the side of Cat GPT and Maruru, but Dr. Bebop rolled on it and Lufoxio whiffed the core flip because of it, unfortunately, and Dr. Bebop also had to spend the core flip to get it out of there. So suddenly, just like that, it's Cat Girls who have the energy advantage. Cat GPT sends it through a portal pass right to Maruru. The soup comes out from Dr. Bebop to shut down the core flip, though, and prevent that second barrier. Dr. Bebop sends it through the portal pass. Aimi sending it right back. Dr. Bebop trying to pass it through, but Cat GPT is in that midfield, holding it down off to Maruru. Brings out the pass splitter and able to strike it in after earning the roll here as well. Lufoxio sends it through the portal to Big Anime Milkies. Aimi sends it right back. Cat GPT pass to Maruru. Blocked by Dr. Bebop twice here, winning three very crucial strike wars, and back down to Big Anime Milkies. Brings out the pass splitter, looking for this barrier, but just can't secure it. Aimi is making this thing too slippery, and now in overtime, this thing is going to be moving very fast. Dr. Bebop will send it back through the portal as Aimi sends it back through the portal, but the soup sends it right back down, and now Big Anime Milky's going for it once again, brings down that barrier finally. Dr. Bebop trying to get it through, but Cat GPT blinks up, but the defense for Ball and Ballers is just too strong. Big Anime Milkies now goes for the Asher primary, but the core moving a bit too fast here. Dr. Bebop pushed all the way up to midfield to keep this offense going. It goes through the portal, though, right to Maruru in the bottom corner, brings out the pass splitter, but it's just not enough. Dr. Bebop has a core flip up, but so does Maruru, as Aimi just trying to get it through this midfield. The soup comes out, core flip from Dr. Bebop sends it through the top, but no points are scored just yet. Foxio sending it down. Aimi brings out the core flip. Dr. Bebop in position to block it, though. Foxio passing down to Big Anime Milkies in the core flip. Finds Aimi on the 50-50 into the bottom corner. Ball and Ballers take it with a pretty incredible round and back into the perfect Congo line.
Yeah, Dr. Bebop just played expertly. I thought of that. He blocked 3 passes to Maruru and made Maruru not get flip at all because he walled. Then he won 3 strike wars in a row, one of which was with Log, which was insane. And yeah, I mean, what can I say except I taught him? It's all me, guys. Look at me. I'm so freaking good of a coach.
Absolutely. I mean, the way both these teams are playing, the Evil Drew Danger, this is the Evil Drew Danger experience, I think, right here. And Aimi did put up a solid defense there for a bit, but the pressure was just too much, and Big Anime Milkies will be able to just shove it in as Ball and Ballers now on match point, looking to take this one a full 3-0 in sets. The power of the Congo line, it's pretty insane. Cat Girls haven't even been able to win a single draft here, take a single set, but big KO from Cat GPT 3 could potentially set up a bit of a power play, but they're going to need to pull out every trick in the book to reverse sweep this one. Maruru in the top corner with some help from midfield, but Dr. Bebop still holds it down. They will find it here, though. CatGPT3 sending it back through the portal, trying to go for a bit of a self-pass here, sending it back up into the top, blinking in, but Dr. Bebop with the roll. Will get lanced by the Estelle primary, though, and the gold will be open. Maruru in the bottom with the core flip. Gets it around Dr. Bebop. Doesn't even have to core flip. Catgirls bring it to set point. But this is for all the marbles. They have to take this set, or Ball and Ballers just win.
Yeah, I mean, if you can just stop the flips, which Ball and Ballers have been doing really well. They've pretty much stopped every flip with a wall, making sure the enemy can't get the core, or with a stun. Then this could be theirs. But if they can't do that, like, look at that. They stopped the second flip. I'm just going to let the players do the talking.
Yeah, and with CatGPT finding the portal shot right there to bring down a barrier, but the Foxdio and Big Anime Milky still keeping this pressure on. Dr. Bebop sends it to the portal, Ivy sends it right back, but Lufoxdio sends it right back, and CatGPT sends it right back, and Ivy sends it right back. Stop for a minute. Oh my goodness. Finally, it will settle in the bottom corner here as Big Anime Milky's finds the KO onto Maru and a core flip to bring down that barrier. And this just might be over here as the pressure now from Ball and Ballers in this 2v3 core flip from Dr. Bebop sends it right up to Big Anime Milky's into the pass splitter. And they're just going to shove it right in. Ball and Ballers take it 3-0.
Yeah, Ball and Ballers played really well. I think one of the things that contributed to their win the most was like Big Anime Milky's flip. Every single flip was in the center of the map, decently far away from the net, where no one was on top of them. And when you flip like that, it is really hard for a solo goalie to stop you from scoring. In fact, it's almost impossible if you just wait. And every single flip was like that, either in a 1v1 or a somewhat winnable 1v2. The 1v2s were a lot less, though. So they just got a lot of goals with that flip. Like, what is a 7+1? Like, I'm willing to bet at least 5 of those were with flip. Like, they played really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Big Anime Milky's kind of decisively won this this Asher Mirror in general. Did pick up 4 KOs. I think at least 3 of those were on Moruru, if not all of them. So keeping it pretty decisive. Dr. Bebop as well, kind of winning the Dubu Mirror, just able to get it out of much tighter situations. Whereas Aimee struggled a little bit under that high pressure of the Asher. Dr. Bebop kept it calm, held it down, and was able to save a lot more barriers that way. And just overall, I mean, the synergy from Ball and Ballers, we saw it in every single victory. They synced up in that Congo line every time. And I mean, that's just, I think that just goes to show the type of teamwork that they got going on right now. The wavelengths that they're on.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm somewhat distracted. I'm probably Dr. Bebop in the student chat. It was like, congrats on the win. You made me proud. It's just like, yeah, I know you were casting it. We were talking about it. They just left it there. I gotta pant it.
Yeah. But very solid games tonight. Very great things. I think we're going to be throwing it to a bit of a break before we continue, though. So, yeah, with that, you have anything else to say before we take a quick break?
Nope, I got no closing notes. Do whatever you need to say. Got it.
Awesome. Well, yeah, those were our first games of the night so far, and they've been pretty incredible. But yeah, we'll be cutting it to a quick break, and then we'll be right back with some more Osas in just a bit. So stick around.
It's time to tune back in, y'all. We're here with more Osas Finale gaming. Back to see some great matches. If you were staying tuned to the Be Right Back screen, we got a very exciting game here between Goku at Burger King and Rastel coming up. But for now, my name is Frying Pan Man, and I'm here with my co-commentator, Soggy Iguana. How are you doing today?
I'm doing quite fine, I gotta say. I'm gonna be absolutely stoked for this upcoming game, though. Goku at Burger King, one of my favorite teams. All cards revealed. Great name, absolutely top tier naming convention right there. How are you feeling today? How are you feeling about this match?
I'm very excited overall. I've heard same here though. I've heard a lot about the famous Goku at Burger King team. I've heard a lot of people rooting for them, and they've got the power of the team name. But I'm excited to see what kind of fight Rastel is going to put up. I think both have a very good chance at this, and we're moving into Night Market here, a classic competitive map. So I'm interested to see who's going to get banned out though, because it looks like both players have some really strong strikers to pick from, so a lot of choices here.
Definitely, and with how this map is, there's definitely a few strikers that stand out above the rest. Personally, I don't like seeing Juliets or X's on this map, especially with eras open. We're going to see Aimi and Atlas go down. Definitely strong to get the Atlas out of here. Somebody able to lock it down and hold out the barrier for life.
Yeah, not having a creation goalie on Night Market is definitely a bit of a downside, and so it really makes sense why Dragolance's Atlas is going to get taken out here. We may be seeing the Drakkar goalie, that's what it looks like so far. And from the Aimi, from what I've seen, Pragley is a very big Aimi player, and with that turret, among everything else, Aimi has a lot of influence over this entire map. So again, both very clear picks, but so far in terms of the teams, we're going to be seeing some big comps, eras on both teams, very classic pick on Night Market. But let's jump in and see where we're starting off.
It's fully quick strike start. Nobody opting to take the Spark of Resilience that was offered. Very surprising to me, seeing as to how Spark of Resilience is, or Spark of Leadership rather, is in the game now. Very strong option.
Yeah, people are still a bit wary of Sparks, and I completely understand. But moving in here, one barrier taken out on both sides. But still, Gugurton's trying to push up the offense here, making it 2, getting really close to doing so, but Draglance and Meowsy finding really good avenues, along with Doofus, to keep the core out of their hands. And we're back in free play here. Meowsy moving up with the dash punch, but the core is going to get taken away pretty quickly. Still having to deal with the Era Primary, going to be difficult to keep the core out, but they're able to do so. Gugurton's going to have to watch that stagger moving forward with how low it is, especially against the Juliet on Night Market. Overall, though, however, Doofus finding a chance to make a play on their own. Great Era Primary is going to take out both barriers and get that goal open, but that's going to happen for both sides now. Gugurton's going to move it in, but it doesn't matter. Meowsy is moving it in first to the open goal with a great Julie dash punch to start off a very fast first point here.
And that's what we'd love to see. Juliet's ability to both gatekeep the outside of the ring, as well as having extreme stuffing pressure, makes her strong on these more closed-off maps. Not being able to move past that middle line, or rather through the midfield, really optimized there. That being said, absolutely getting blasted off the edge by a Maelstrom, incredibly strong with the amount of area denial that it has. Dragonlance and Doofus are really going to have to try something here, with a core flip coming out from Cragley, sending it into the goal.
Yeah, Goku at Burger King is not taking it lightly. We start off with a very fast first goal from Rastel, but an even faster first goal on the other hand from Goku at Burger King. Both teams are putting up a really big fight here. Moving into the third point, though, Meowsy's going to get a chance to move it in. Not quite able to connect it. Great hit from Lexar to keep it out, having to spend the flip to try and move it up to Cragley and Gugurton, who are able to get it past Draglance to hit that bottom barrier. Still, Meowsy almost getting close, but with the slime, able to keep it out of reach of anything here. The Julie coming as well. Gugurton, however, finding a very clean chance here to take out Doofus from the play. Getting the power play here, very strong with the Asher ult coming out. But Meowsy and Draglance putting up a really good defense to keep the core away. They're going to have to keep it up, though. It's not quite over. Not able to clearly find a good clear, but almost getting close, but still really good fight here from Goku at Burger King to keep the core over on their side, and it pays off as the Asher primary comes out, bringing the second point here.
Absolutely beautiful strike from Gugerton at the end there, too. Forcing a reaction and then reaction checking them, making sure that they're able to hit it, which they were unable to. Truly fantastic play here. Goku at Burger King, rather, able to get a quick barrier, forcing a flip out of Dragonlance. A barrier getting traded for a barrier here. Goku approaching with the core flip. That's going to be set 1 right off the bat. Fast and furious is what this game is.
I gotta give props to Cragley on that last play there. During your speech, Cragley really found a really nice shot down the middle, and Draglance was just not ready for it, unfortunately. Really good hit into the barrier, allowing them to trade and immediately convert into some offensive pressure. Both teams did great there, but Goku at Burger King just really found their footing after losing that first goal. Still, though, moving into the draft here, we've got some pretty strong picks. Both eras are going to get really good picks here in both Chrono and Prime Time. Very contentious and strong era awakenings. Interesting pick with the Deadeye on Juliet, I gotta say, but I don't know. Maybe they're going to make it work. With the dash punch, it could be powerful. Moving in here, we'll have to see how that happens to be useful for Juliet.
Something I'd like to note is the momentum boots on Lexar's Juno. Normally, Juno's opt to play momentum eject button for more offensive plays, but we're seeing a more momentum-based gameplay here, allowing them to cover a lot more ground and play a bit more defensively than usual.
We'll have to see how that pays off moving forward, but great notice there. Overall, though, both barriers are going to be down for Rastel. Going to have to pick a really big defensive play to avoid Gugerton from getting in there, and able to find some clears, but again, that defensive playstyle from Lexar is making a lot of work here to keep that core in play. Still, Dragonlance having free reign of it, getting it to Meowsy. Gugerton not going to be able to make offensive plays for too much longer with that low stagger bar. Doofus trying to take out the Maelstrom, but not quite. Moving in here, though, Cragley's going to come up with the flip. Dragonlance going to have to spend their own flip, able to avoid losing the goal there thanks to that flip. However, Gugerton, with the flip now and the low health, going to have to use it or lose it. Doofus using their own flip in order to grab that barrier. Gugerton finally using it and bring it over Dragonlance. Unfortunately, not able to get that hit, and that's going to get the first point to Goku at Burger King here in this set.
Here we're going to see a strike shot right off the bat, taking an earlier barrier, well placed from Dragonlance. Gugerton and Cragley going to move it up the field, but a great dash punch from Meowsy. She's able to knock out Gugerton. Meowsy's taking the flip as well. Both barriers down. Lex is going to have to pull something out here while the power play is in play. And that being said, Cragley has an excellent tornado, blocking all the angles off.
Moving in here, great defensive plays, but unfortunately, Meowsy finds the devious angle in between everyone, and Lexar just jumping, unfortunately, in the wrong direction, trying to predict a downward hit. But Meowsy is able to take advantage of that, making it a 1-1 tie here. Moving into that next point, Meowsy's going to keep up the momentum, moving that core in. Doofus with the Maelstrom, keeping Cragley out of the play. Gugerton again on that low health. Gotta watch that moving forward. Meowsy still making it work, finding those opportunities. I didn't even get a break there with how fast these Juliet goals are coming in.
That just goes to show the offensive pressure that Juliet's able to apply. Even though taking Deadeye was a bit of a curious contention, clearly it's working out here. Plays are being made, and Meowsy's very confident in her abilities to make the plays here. Dash punch coming out, unfortunately unable to secure anything, but a Maelstrom in combination is going to secure a barrier.
Moving in here, Cragley and Gugerton still at half stagger. Gotta watch out how that plays into these next plays here, especially with the really big resource difference. Dragonlance, Doofus, and Meowsy all almost have flips here. Two of them already do. That might lead to the third point coming out here. Still, Meowsy had to burn a flip there for that play. Didn't quite work out. We'll also be seeing it coming out from Doofus, but not a lot of avenues there to move it in. Trying to dribble it around, but Lexar setting a good slime to avoid it, and that hit is going to eventually lead to that barrier being taken down. Doofus and Meowsy trying to move it up. Great strikes, though, from Cragley, allowing them to grab it through. Gugerton having to fight through the 3v1, not able to fully do so, but with the flip possibly coming out soon, not even needed for the kill. The Asher primary making quick work of Juliet. trying to move through. Dragonlance and Doofus, though, doing a great job here of playing the power play, finding that amazing era primary to work it through and make it a 1-1 set count here. Great job tying it up to Rastel.
Absolutely fantastic primaries coming through from Doofus here. We're seeing some wonderful defense. Spark of Leadership on the table, but with Spark of Resilience passed over, I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to take it, despite its strength.
Yeah, despite that, though, Meowsy with the nice edge, gonna be even more of a menace on the sides of Night Market. We'll also be seeing Manu here coming up for Doofus. With that era Tornado, it's going to be really difficult to contend with it, especially on the avenues of Night Market moving into here. I definitely see Rastel got quite a lot from this draft, and overall, it looks like Goku at Burger King had to pick up a few more defensive and speed-oriented awakenings to contend with it. Moving in here.
Doofus being able to keep it up, not letting it pass them. Dragonlance shotgunning it, making sure it doesn't pass that midfield line. However, it slips through the middle. Kragley and Gugerton in this corner, applying pressure to take the barrier. And Arenado almost pushes it in, but some excellent defense from Dragonlance keeps it out with a backup shotgun, killing the slime off.
Moving out here, though, Gugerton still low on stagger, but still making those plays. Great denial of the flip there, but it isn't going to lead to a goal quite yet. However, Kragley's following up with their own flip instead, finding an avenue through everyone else to get that first point for Goku at Burger King. They are switching the momentum up yet again.
Just that extra added speed from this draft is really helping them to keep their pressure up. Once it's in Rastel's half, it's just so hard for them to slip it out. That being said, Kragley looking low on stagger, almost going to get picked off here, having to hang around the midpoint lest something happen.
Either way, though, Lexar and Gugerton are doing really good on resources here. In response to that, though, Meowsy coming in with the flip, able to waste Lexar's flip, but not able to pick up a barrier, almost able to on that last hit, but unfortunately just hitting it a little too low. Still, doesn't matter. Dragonlance finding a great place with the strike shot to get the core up to Meowsy, allowing that barrier to finally go down, and are able to defend really well, almost well enough to avoid any barriers being taken out during the power play, but not quite enough. Within all that, though, Gugerton finding a great hit through that Julie ult, one that I could barely even see, getting that second point.
Truly threaded the needle there. Rastel's going to have to pull something off here to make sure the set doesn't end right here and right now. That being said, we've seen absolutely exceptional play from Meowsy. And Doofus taking a quick barrier, Dragonlance being able to keep it out of their goal arc, but unable to get it out of their half in total. And a NATO comes out from Doofus, but not quite able to KO Gugerton. Meowsy's taking control here, moving up. An excellent play, Dragonlance strike shot, contests the strike war.
But not enough to contend against that Julie ult. Again, making good use of it, keeping up that offensive pressure. Meowsy is gonna just keep it moving, and that's all you sometimes have to do to bring that barrier in. The resource war is in advantage here for Rastel with two flips available. One going to be gone, though. Meowsy trying to pick up a barrier, able to find a nice hit through, but Lexar is there to get it instead. Doofus, Meowsy moving it up, able to find a really nice hit through the side there. Lexar not able to contest that. Still, though, Kragley now in a bit of a strike war here with Doofus, able to move it down. Gugerton trying to get it out, but not quite enough against the Drakkar pressure. Meowsy finding that second barrier, leaving the goal open for Goku at Burger King. Gonna have to stop it from reverse sweeping the set here, but Dragonlance is making it work here, going with the flip, gonna miss it, but is able to avoid any barriers being lost, but not quite. Kragley again, I mentioned before, found that middle hit, is able to find it again. However, Meowsy is gonna find that hit, causing Era to be taken out of the game for a bit. Gonna have to play the power play, but we are gonna be seeing flips on both Lexar and Gugerton, allowing them to keep up a bit for Kragley to come back, and Gugerton to confirm the goal instead. Dragonlance not in position to contest that upward hit, and we're gonna be seeing the second set go to Goku at Burger King.
Now this draft could be the difference between all and nothing. Missile Prop, a very notoriously good pick on Drakkar. Hotshot, though, being able to be picked up by Juno. There it is. Incredibly strong.
We did see previously Sparkle Leadership was picked up, but it looks like it's not going to make any use here as Drakkar is going to be taking Team Player over that. Very fair, though. It's a generally strong goalie awakening, no matter your positioning. All in all, though, we're also going to be seeing a lot more dashes here from the Julie. That twin drive, gotta watch out. We've already been seeing some kills so far. I think that trend might continue from what we're seeing.
Whip barrier going down on the side of Rostel. However, the core getting tapped into the goal of Goku at Burger King, trading it up even. Meowsy and Doofus able to apply pressure, but Cragley and Lexer were able to sneak it out. A good shotgun contests it. However, a big NATO pushes Meowsy out of the play.
Meowsy still, however, making their way through the play eventually. Going to try to find a kill on Gugerton. Not going to work. Use the flip to get it through, but Gugerton sees the opening, takes the shot. Julie is out of the game for a bit. Dragonlance now going to have to contest against all these abilities coming out, but is able to do so thanks to the impeccable defense and the help of Doofus with that clear angle, having to burn the flip there. But again, keeping that barrier open, Meowsy wants revenge and will take it with a very immaculate kill. Doofus with the flip here, going to spend it to try and score. Not able to do so. Lexar's got a flip to contest that. Having to watch out for those Juno slimes is very troublesome, but is able to find their way back to Goku at Burger King's goal, but not quite. It's still in contention. The Juno slimes moving it up through the Asher ult to make it over to Rastel's barrier. Both goals are open. Doofus having to deal with Gugerton is able to fully get it out thanks to Dragolance's really heavy hits from the team player. Still, though, gonna have to watch out for that stagger if Meowsy tries to kill again.
Having to pop the Xeno Cloak to try and catch the core. Unfortunately, misses it with both a primary and a strike. Gugerton's able to sneak it past Dragonlance there.
That's just how it goes out here on Nightmarker. Gotta watch out for some of those devious hits along the corner. Still, though, Gugerton in prime position, picking out both barriers very cleanly. Dragonlance, unfortunately, not able to contest it. It's Cragley and Gugerton's advantage for sure, having to move it through. Meowsy's going to try to find a way. Gugerton taking a lot of damage, but not enough to stop them from that amazing strike, leading to the second point for Goku at Burger King, and possibly here, the final point may be coming up, unless Rastel has an answer.
Rastel is down, but not quite out. That being said, Goku at Burger King really being able to feel the momentum here. Hotshot Juno doing its thing, almost taking both barriers. Lex are able to keep it out with both speed and power now. Juno jumping across, getting the slime down. Gugerton's able to convert it up. Cragley standing up there to block off the pass angle as Dragonlance finds the perfect way to slip it out, but just like that, it is right back in their face. Dragonlance forced to flip here. Gugerton uses their flip, but not quite able to catch the core. Juno Slime touches the barrier through all the chaos. Doofus catching the core. Doesn't have a great place to send it. Lexar flips it through, and a great primary from Cragley seals the deal.
That was an immaculate series of layers on that onion of a play, and it shows that Goku at Burger King deserved that win for sure with some of those immaculate plays. Overall, I feel both teams really showed off what they had, especially in those first 2 to 3 sets. Both teams were really in contention with each other, really even, but in the end, it seems like Goku at Burger King just found their footing and made it work. Part of it, I think, is Gugerton was fairly low on stagger quite a bit of the match there, but was still quite a bit in the play. Maybe if a few more kills were confirmed, it would have been harder for Goku at Burger King to really make those big offensive plays. Still, we saw quite a lot from both teams, and I'm very happy with how they played.
My take on this is the momentum. Goku at Burger King, once they started winning sets, you could tell that they were really starting to feel themselves. And with that confidence, Gugerton was able to start securing a bunch of these goals, and Cragley just having absolutely impeccable timing on their abilities and their ability to get the core to Gugerton. Once an Asher has the core, it is very hard to get it away from her. That being said, Meowsy, absolutely fantastic gameplay. Brilliant core control Juliet, as well as finding some of the KOs there that I was not able to expect. truly fantastic plays from Ristel and Goku at Burger King here.
Yeah, I also got to give props to Dragolands. I saw a lot of really good goalie plays, especially with some of those nice dribbles around Gugerton. It's very difficult sometimes to really contest against Asher, especially when you're in those very risky positions. But in some of those cases, Dragolands just found a way out, especially on Night Market, where you have that thing in the middle, really blocking off some of your avenues to clear that you would normally have. All in all, both teams, though, did a lot of good job, but in the end, Goku at Burger King just found a way through, found those offensive plays, made those points, and made those sets count. And also really made some awakening picks that I wasn't sure of in the beginning, but showed why they really worked for the team at the time.
And that's what it's about. Everyone has a difference in playstyle, and being able to take a pick that might be a little odd, but being able to make it work because of your playstyle, absolutely fantastic. You love seeing innovation in plays.
Mm-hmm. I do have to also comment, you mentioned it earlier, I didn't even realize it until you brought it up, but I was surprised to see the Juno without eject button goalie. It's not a pickup you tend to see quite a lot, but I guess in the end, Lexar showed why it can be really effective, keeping up on a lot of those plays, backing up the team. It really helped to make those offensive pushes count when they were able to happen.
Absolutely correctly. As well as picking up speed later on, just being able to go so fast and cover so much ground while being a projectile-based character, being able to play slimes when needed, where needed, on the offensive, while hanging out back was truly a boon to the team. Lexar's ability to feed the core to Gugerton and Cragley from wherever, as well as taking barriers all by themselves, truly fantastic.
So again, congratulations to both teams. Great plays there. Moving in, however, we'll be going to the next game, hopefully pretty soon. And from what I've heard through the grapevine, it is possibly Animal Style versus Chikara Catgirls in the next game. But hopefully we'll, if that is the case, you have any thoughts on that, Iggy? What do you think about that kind of matchup?
What do I think about Animal Style versus Chikara Catgirls? Well, based on my personal experience, I think I've got to hand it to the Animal Style Mystery Meals. I've seen Matu's ability to play, and it's truly awe-inspiring. Their main brawling picks go crazy. That being said, Chikara Catgirls has some very intense players on their team. Dairoth, Aimi, Maruru, all incredibly talented players.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Matu I'm at least somewhat familiar with. I've seen some of their gameplay at work, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of it coming up into here. But all in all, I have also seen Chikara Catgirls in some of the previous games, and either way, I'm excited to see what these teams end up bringing to this match.
Oh, definitely. I'm always interested in seeing where people play. You can tell a lot about how a team wants to play depending on the maps they pick. Most surprising to me was a Gates of Obscura earlier on in the day. Being able to see a team adapt to a new map like that and to the changes so well is very inspiring. Being able to see another team accept the challenge and go up on a new map is crazy to me, quite frankly. I wasn't quite sure it was going to be put into rotation with the changes made so soon, but here we are, able to play on the map, and not gonna lie, kind of hoping we're taken there again.
I definitely agree with you there, and actually, since we have the time, we might as well say, what do you think of the new Obscura map? I've played on it myself a couple times now after the changes, and I have to say, I have actually become a fan of it. I really didn't like playing goalie on Obscura in the past, just because there was a lot to keep in mind, especially once both barriers are open and you were in overtime, having to deal with all of the possible angles from all of the portals while also keeping your own goal not available to be hit into directly, really made it a mind bender, I guess, to say the least. But do you have any thoughts on the new map in that case?
Well, I love the map and concept. That being said, I play Juno. I don't have the brain cells required to fully understand the capabilities of the map yet. I'm sure give it a bit more time, I'm going to be able to get into the swing of things. I think my favorite thing about it is the shape of these barriers. Having that sort of triangular take, while having that thicker edge, it can definitely be easier to take, but that narrow point at the top definitely makes it a bit more interesting to play against.
You know what's funny? I found out the other day. It turns out you can actually double hit those barriers. I thought with the shape that they set them up with, that it wouldn't be possible. But then, would you know it? I played a competitive match on the new Gates of Obscura, and someone happened to double hit it into the enemy barriers, and I was extremely surprised. So I'm kind of hoping I get to see that if we do get to cast over any OSAS matches that happen on Gates of Obscura. But maybe that's just.
Oh, it's incredibly precise from what it looks like. Just having that pinpoint goal arc and just that little divot. If you look, there's a very slight divot in between the two goal arcs, and I believe that is the exact place you have to hit it to double tap it. But getting a double tap on Gates of Obscura, absolutely huge. Opens up so many portal plays that you're able to do. We saw a goalie earlier, apologies, I'm unable to remember the names of the teams, flip the core through the portal and get a goal based on it. Truly mind-boggling stuff. Plays that are only opened up because of that portal.
Yeah, I think we'll probably be seeing that coming up a lot more. Now that Gates of Obscura is back in rotation, the players that can actually make use of the portal and can read those angles really well are going to try to force teams to play on Obscura, especially against teams that aren't as familiar on that map. So maybe we'll be seeing more bans of it as well, but all in all, I want to see if teams end up using that to their advantage. But since we're still waiting a bit, I guess moving on from that, it's part of a whole bigger update. Do you have anything else from the new update that's been weighing on your mind since you've had time to play it?
These skins go so hard. These skins are crazy. Cop Dubu, absolutely fantastic on both VFX, visual clarity, sound effects. I would say that skin is one of the top tiers, as well as seeing Shogun Asher. I really wanted a good Asher skin. I know there are people out there that really like moist Critical Asher. Personally, I'm not a big fan of the neon blue. I'm not a big fan of these very vibrant colored skins. Shogun Asher is such a cohesive skin with brilliant effects. Absolutely fantastic. Odyssey, you've earned my money once again, good sirs.
Yeah, as a Dubu player, I'm also a really big fan of Cop Dubu. I've been enjoying it in games. I'm also happy to get another Vice skin. I've been trying to move into playing more Vice as of late where I can, just because I've been enjoying some more projectile goalies. All in all, in terms of mechanically, the updates definitely introduced some interesting things. It's taken some time to get used to the UI, at least. I, at first, didn't like parts of it, but I do like some of the new changes, like how the icons move when you got abilities rated up and stuff like that. It lets me notice things a lot easier and sooner. And a lot of the balance changes have also changed up a lot of things. Kazan getting some big nerfs overall. A lot of characters, there's been a few good bug fixes, for example, in the favor of Asher, which is why we're seeing some pretty good Asher primaries coming out. And all in all, I've been enjoying the changes so far. I'm excited to see if it switches up any metas moving forward. But yeah, Omega Strikers, good update. I hope to see it come into play in OSAS moving forward.
You know, I would like to get onto the topic of wow, I forgot what I was going to say. Fantastic. That's that single Juno brain cell. Sorry, a Juno player needed to take it, so it's on loan for a little bit. Unfortunately, that thought I had's gone. The bug fixes, though, absolutely massive. One of the ones that a lot of people have noticed is Asher's bug fix. I've played against it in scrims. I've played against it in comp. I haven't played it yet because I'm not a proper forward player. But from what I've heard of the people who play Asher, it's absolutely fantastic feeling and really adds a lot. And I can only tell you how much that wind box or the shield bonk has now been added to the amount of times I've been KO'd by an Asher. I'm used to being able to disrespect it, but it's something you really got to pay attention to now, especially in their half of the field.
Mm-hmm. You actually, since you mentioned Juno, I might as well bring this up. One of the changes I found interesting was the fact that they gave Juno's slimes like the actual properties from the move they are. So, for example, the slimes that Juno summons with the special actually get affected by awakenings that affect special, like spectrating, for example. Although that's the only relation I know so far. I don't know if it's affected any of Juno's other abilities. I guess since you are the Juno player, do you have any thoughts on that? Have you tried it out yet?
It's not something I've really been able to give a lot of thought into, and a lot of the use cases I personally can find, I feel are a bit strange. Spec training now feels a lot less awful to deny. Instead of being a complete nothing burger of an awakening, it now at least adds some damage. And that damage does add up over time. It's not something you can thoroughly control with the special, but just being able to have that is it's a very helpful option. That being said, I believe now Primetime is able to reduce the speed at which the core is thrown by the slimes, which throws the math off a bit for Hot Shot plus Spark of Strength being red core. It's something I need to play around with and do a bit more research on and sort of play with in the customs. But overall, I think it'll be a very interesting change. In theory, Super Surge is now one of the better or less bad jumps. Being able to have just a little extra damage on the slime you leave behind forces a bit more of a punish if they choose to step on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate heavily your take from the Juno mindset. We're still waiting on the teams to ban maps, I assume, at this point. But all in all, it does look like, at the very least, that Animal Style Mystery Meal has the copy pasta buff. We're seeing a lot of Matu love in the chat. We'll have to see how that plays into the match moving forward, and we'll have to see if Chikara Catgirls has any answer to that.
That's right. Seeing as to how much of a powerful buff being able to lend Goku their strength was, Matu might be able to use this strength being lent by the community and really help out Animal Style Mystery Meals. That being said, for the Chikara Catgirls believers, we may just see a copy pasta come out featuring them to counteract this buff. Who knows? This is part of the intense meta, the Twitch chat meta, out spamming the other person. The other team, rather.
The meta of Omega Strikers actually starts off the field, you know? That's just how it works out, and it could possibly heavily affect this match, depending on what happens. Still, however, waiting, so we'll have to get back to you to let you know how much it's affected the match.
That being said, I do have one more thing I remember. Thankfully, the Juno player gave the brain cell back. I've remembered the topic I wanted to talk about. The new UI. It's something that I'm not quite used to. Truth be told, I flicked it back to the old UI almost immediately. I much prefer the more squares to the circles. Bit of an edge to it, if you will. But having the abilities pop up when off cooldown and just have a bit of a notifier through peripheral vision is very cool. It's very intense, and I can see a benefit to using the new layout.
The one thing I'll say about the new UI, the fact you can actually see your energy, at the bottom, both numerically and like as a gauge, is just really good to me because I'll be real, I never liked reading the energy and like my dodge charges off of the bar under the stagger. Like you're looking there anyway, but sometimes you just glance down and check stuff, and then my brain gets all like wiped away between all of that. But I really appreciate that there's just a thing at the bottom that shows your exact your exact energy meter, and also lights up blue when you have the flip. So no matter if you're looking at your cooldowns or you're looking at your health bar, you see that you have flip, and I appreciate it.
That being said, it looks like we're going to be heading on into the match here, being played on Night Market again. A very standard choice. We all love Night Market. Some of the wacky angles you can do on it. With Among Titans and Quick Strike Start, two very strong awakenings, whether teams opt for the Among Titans for the pure 15% speed all across, or perhaps all quick strikes for the added energy. You could even see a mix of two, where you get 2 Among Titans and a quick strike for a bit of a funnel composition. Seeing Asher and Mako knocked out here, we're going to see a bit of the typical brawler comps you can see here knocked out. Ma2 hovering X, of course.
Yep, that tracks. Yeah, a lot of KO comps love Night Market because you can transition really well into kills off of a lot of plays. You can start the power play, and from there you can kind of snowball it to keep it going, which is why we see a lot of Juliet X era on these maps, because it's just really effective. However, we are going to be also seeing the Dubu goalie, another classic pick. The having creations is just too good to clear off lanes on this map, and we're going to be seeing that from Aimee. But all in all, moving in here, fairly conventional but effective picks for all the characters. Additionally, looking into Awakenings, we're going to see another quick strike start. However, rather than Spark of Rezil from the last game, we're going to be seeing Among Titans. Two very big differences here. We'll be seeing that. All in all, where is it? Chikara Catgirls is going to be grabbing the Among Titans, and also getting that goal.
They are grabbing everything here. 2 quick barriers, a quick goal. They've got it all. We're seeing Team Quick Strike versus Team Among Titans as a whole. Moshi and Ma able to keep the core up early. That being said, Aimee able to clear it without much difficulty. Ma2 dashing into a log, keeping it out of the periphery. And Aimee just able to sneak it around Ma2. Quick tap comes out from the side of Chikara Catgirls, but Animal Style only needs 1 barrier to get it done. That being said, a barrier taken on the side of Chikara Catgirls, down to 1-1, trading even. Mororu having the energy for a flip. Neon Kitty dashing in, and a brilliant dash punch core flip sneaks it through Neon Kitty's defenses.
So far, Chikara Catgirls, especially Mororu, they are making the plays work and running the momentum really quickly, possibly going to be leading into a very fast first set here, faster than we've seen up to this point. However, Ma2 is not interested in keeping the set going, wants to move it in to their points instead, and is going to do that. Great X ult, allowing both bears to go down, and Mororu is going to be taken out of the play from that flip. Still though, Aimee burning the flip in order to keep the core out, get it back to Ma2. Not quite enough to move it through, however. Still able to keep the power play just for long enough so that Ma2 has a really great pass from Moshi, leading to the first point here, allowing Animal Style Mystery Meal to say, we want to win this set.
Really a fantastic pass from Moshi, only accomplishable on Night Market with the added speed. Otherwise, it was easily intercepted. And a brilliant tornado coming out from Moshi with a combined bull rush from Ma2. KOs and gets both barriers and easily slicks it, kicks it into the corner with the added size.
We saw the momentum from Mororu and Chikara Catgirls in the beginning, but it looks like Ma2 is now putting on the pressure. Both teams now at 2-2 in the set. We're going to .5. Gonna have to see which team brings it all. Mororu getting a great hit there with the Julie ult. They're going to be taking a barrier from that. Going to try and go for round 2, but not quite able to. Neon Kitty, great defense there. Moshi picking up the pass, the clear through the middle, but Dubu is going to wall it off, or Aimee is going to Dubu wall that off. Still though, definitely the resources are going to be here in the benefit of Animal Style Mystery Meal with 2 flips available. Possibly going to see Moshi use it up here soon to try and get this barrier, but not even going to have to with that great era primary. Going to use it there to try and get it past Aimee with the log, though. Going to avoid the point going to that team. Going to try and move it through. Dairoth, great slime play, but not quite enough. And a great hit from Neon Kitty with the clear is going to allow Ma2 to find an angle past that Dubu log, giving the set to Animal Style Mystery Meal.
Now here's the important thing, part of the draft. Seeing Knife's Edge, a very strong contender for an Awakening here. Not quite as strong as some other ones, but Fight or Flight, also a brilliant X Awakening. Being able to gain so much speed. That being said, opting for Cast Last. So many good choices here. And a lot of size on the table. Is that all the size options right there?
Not going to be a lot of chances after this to grab that size, especially since Big Fish is now not even in rotation. All in all, though, some pretty strong picks. Matu has been running that X special, and we're going to see more of that with Cast Blast on the table, especially with that Quick Strike start. Got to be careful moving forward. Moshi going to try and pick up an early barrier, not able to do so, but Mororu and Dairoth are looking really low on health. Mororu almost getting killed, but decides not. Uno reverse card, you're going away! And Matu is going to be taken out of the play for a bit here. Neon Kitty and Moshi going to have to find a way past this power play, able to really efficiently, however, keep it in play. Neon Kitty with that amazing secondary range moving through thanks to aerials. It's going to keep the core in play, and Matu and Moshi are going to find that chance to grab both barriers. Now, on the other hand, I was just about to say, Chikara Catgirls is now in a bit of a disadvantage, but maybe not as much. Mororu starting up the power play with that amazing kill. Mod 2, however, wants to answer with another kill. Again, the KOs are flying hot on Night Market as they normally do. Still, though, with the power play gone, Animal Style Mystery Meal possibly with the advantage here, the resources and the low stagger on Chikara Catgirls will make that so. Still, Matu and Mororu are basically playing on their own, fighting each other, but in between all of that, Dairoth is moving in with an amazing Juno play to take that first point for Chikara Catgirls.
That's that Juno jump. We're seeing a big gameplay made from both Dairoth and Neon Kitty using it. An incredibly strong ability. We're going to be seeing Neon Kitty able to clear it, popping a special, but it's going to get bounced back and forth. Moshi throwing a NATO open, not quite able to accomplish much with it. Moshi passing to Matu, who has flip, pops X Maximus, but isn't going to get the most value, although forcing an evade out of Dairoth is pretty big. Moshi into Slime, able to get it to Matu, but some Tofu says no thank you.
Moving down here, gonna try and make a play with that air primary, but Dairoth's gonna spend flip to make sure this doesn't happen. Eventually, after a series of loose hits, Neon Kitty is gonna lose barrier, and another one to the unfortunate positioning there. Mororu making great use of that, dribbling around, almost doing so, but great Juno Slime from the primary is gonna allow that play to be stopped. Matu trying to move through, but the court is back in Mororu's hands. They unfortunately not able to find a chance, trying to kill Neon Kitty, but not able to quite do so. Moshi and Neon Kitty now with the core trying to get it past, able to find a really nice clear down there, but Aimi using a clear of his own, saying no, it's going back there. All in all though, Matu finding another chance to get the core up there. Still, a lot of standstill here. Mororu is done standing still, using the flip there, gonna be able to find a really nice hit, getting that second point to Chikara Catgirls.
Honestly, Mororu might just be the master of the market. We are seeing a lot of intense plays coming out from this Juliet, able to just secure the core and keep the pressure up, regardless of what is going on here. Neon Kitty having to go on the aggressive to make sure things are getting done. But Dairoth and Aimi are just going to be able to keep the core out after that barrier touch. Moshi's going to sort of puppy guard the core a bit, wait for it to be able to get to Matu. Mororu staggered, forced to evade here, lest they get KO'd. Moshi and Dairoth are just going to be having some fun with the core. And Mororu still hanging on by a thread, able to unstagger themselves as Neon Kitty keeps it top.
Moving down here, Dairoth is going to hit that amazing flip, allowing that goal to be taken, to be open now. Mororu trying to move in. Dairoth getting a cheeky hit in, but Neon Kitty, great use of the eject button to avoid anything. Mororu is going to be goalie-oking, but Matu, with the special coming out, is going to be trying to do something similar. With a flip here, it is going to lead to the barrier being taken out. Unfortunately, that flip from Aimi wasn't enough. Dairoth going to be low here, but it doesn't matter because Moshi is going to use his own devious flip to move it in and get that first point of the set to Animal Style Mystery Man.
That's it. The Animal Style Mystery Meal is not quite out of this yet. They are still ready to win this set and take it to a 3-0. But Catgirls are going to be trying their best to make sure that is not happening and take the set as Matu gets staggered and gets KO'd. The power play coming out from Catgirls here, but Neon Kitty is going to be able to keep it clear with a flip. Dairoth and Maroru hitting there. Maroru still having flipped both barriers down. They are in the danger zone, but there goes Maroru. Ma2 looking to make a play now with a power play. Moshi covering the bot side, but not quite able to get it at the angle. Aimi sends it. Neon Kitty and Moshi backing it up. But this Dairoth is holding it down with all these slimes and the specials. Bought enough time for Maroru to come back. Aimi loses one berry, but still has one remaining. NATO separates the two of them, but gives Aimi the opportunity to clear this. Ma2 takes the barrier, and now it's anyone's game.
Yeah, great play there from Neon Kitty with the secondary, moving it past Aimi's Dubu wall. Still, though, great defense here from Aimi and Dairoth, keeping it in play. Dairoth even almost picking up that goal there, but Neon Kitty in the right position at the right time to avoid it. Gonna have to spend flip here, but now gonna have to 1v1 against Maroru. Able to do so. They are not getting Julie Dash Punch today, but they are going to be being taken out by that flip. Great use of it by Moshi. Gonna try and move it up here, but Dairoth is going to make sure it doesn't fully happen. Great Juno jump there, but Moshi finding a really nice pass to Ma2 in between all the chaos, and Ma2 is going to reciprocate by getting that goal. We're moving into the 0.5 here for the second set.
Animal styles are really beginning to feel themselves here. Moshi and Ma2 beginning to get a lot more synergistic in their plays. That being said, a flip's going to have to come out from Neon Kitty here, and the berry gets taken regardless. Flip from Dairoth, but that one's not going to happen. Moshi shrinks the Dairoth, makes Tiny Juno go hard. And these slimes are just keeping the core everywhere. Both Junos making sure that it's not leaving the position that it's in.
Yeah, especially with the pressure from Neon Kitty with that eject button aerials, it means Neon Kitty is going to be there at the right time to contend with it. It's like having to deal with a 3v2 at times, but unfortunately, that Maelstrom is going to lead to a bit of a finicky situation. Neon Kitty is going to lose the barrier, able to get a great dribble there, avoiding Mororu's flip, but Mororu almost getting a clean hit in there, but able to avoid anything too bad happening, but not quite enough. Mororu, again, in the right place at the right time. That's just sometimes what it takes. And Dairoth finding that pass there is going to allow the first set to go to Chikara Catgirls. Moving in here, we've got a 1-1. It's anyone's game.
Wow, and some awakenings on the board here. Rapid fire and explosive entrance, very strong awakenings. Unstoppable being picked up just to deny any opportunity of a whiffed dash punch. That, however, means that Neon Kitty is able to pick up the rapid fire. These extra slimes that Neon Kitty is going to be able to toss out are going to be huge. Neon Kitty's been applying a lot of pressure, even from within their own goal box without the eject button, and being able to have more of that and to back up Ma2 and Moshi is going to be huge here.
We'll also be seeing Dairoth pick up Chrono Boost here. Might be seeing some pretty big secondary plays for both Junos now. Not that we haven't been seeing that already, but even more so, we're already seeing the Juno jump come out. Dairoth in the position to make the play. However, Neon Kitty and Moshi doing great teamwork here to avoid any barriers being taken out. It's Manchu's chance, not quite, trying to dribble around, but Aimi's able to get to it first. Almost getting in with that X rotational move, but not quite. The Bull Ringer isn't going to work there. Mororu is going to try to find an option through, but not quite. Aimi having to Dubu roll, but leaving the core to avoid having to fight any strike war. That rhymes. Moving in, though, Neon Kitty trying to jump around. That Dubu log, well placed. Aimi's going to pick up that first barrier for Chikara Catgirls. However, we're already going to be seeing not only Maroru with the really low stagger, but also Neon Kitty with the flip here. We might be seeing a power play coming up soon with the damage that is being exchanged on top of Moshi almost having the flip here. Still, though, great plays being made. Dairoth and Aimi doing really good work to keep that core away from the barrier being taken out, but not quite enough. Moshi with a great flip there is going to get the barrier taken down. Chikara Catgirls going to be careful, but not careful enough. Mororu, I was about to say Mororu finding the chance for power play, but it doesn't matter. That pass into the corner off the middle section is going to give Ma2 a chance to force the way through with the X-ult, and it's going to lead to the first point for Animal Style Mystery Man.
Truly is still anyone's game here. Catgirls getting a barrier taken, forcing a flip out of Aimi, however. Going to be using a log to dribble it back up to themselves through the chaos and clear it out. Maroru taking core control, but unfortunately Neon Kitty's able to slip it back out. Dairoth throws a primary, forces it through, and Ma2 is saying, no thank you, I'm taking that. Kidnapping the core. Hoping that Moshi's able to feed him, flips the core, takes the barrier. Unfortunately, another barrier taken by Neon, or on Neon Kitty's side. Dairoth's flip coming out, staggered, but we've seen these players be able to survive a lot more than having no stagger meter.
That doesn't mean you're out of the play, but that is going to take you out of the play. The ex-Bullringer doing short work of Dairoth, now having to contend with the power play, as well as Neon Kitty having flip. I don't see a lot of great chances here for Jakara Catgirls to make a big play, but now that the power play is over, Neon Kitty trying to make offensive use of the flip instead, not able to pick up anything there. Aimee, with that wall, is going to avoid the entire lane, and is going to get the core to Mororu, who's going to make great use of the Juliet Punch to bring it into a 1-1 here in the third set.
Absolutely exceptional defense from Aimee has been happening this set. We've been seeing some really fancy plays that have worked out, including the tofu pass to Mororu there. Dairoth's going to be able to leap up, take the barrier, and keep it up with the slime. However, Matu's able to get it out of that corner there, and Moshi rapidly approached by a Juliet with core flip. Matu really focusing, getting focused down by Mororu. But Moshi with a well-placed primary keeps the core up and is not quite able to let them make a play here. Neon Kitty not even letting the core get to Mororu, jumps over them, and a well-placed NATO is going to knock out Dairoth. Moshi approaching with the flip, but opting to bounce it down and around, using the flip here, and a dash punch saves it.
Moving in here, the Juno Slime is going to be keeping the ball in contention, and that is going to lead to that barrier being taken down. Matu finding a great pass around the corner from Moshi, and again, that X ult is going to allow the core to be forced through. Animal Style Mystery Meal moving into the set here with a bit of an advantage. We'll have to see how they keep it. So far, though, the core is still in a bit of a standstill here. Matu and Mororu already fighting it out, as we've seen them do in the game so far. Still, though, not a lot of resources on the side of Animal Style Mystery Meal, especially after that flip's been taken out. Jakara Catgirls doesn't have a flip yet, but a lot of them are getting close, and with Matu being the only one with a flip, that means Mororu is going to start targeting him.
Mororu is able to get a sick tap there, but Matu's going to flip it out, get a barrier, and X Maximus is going to attempt to knock out Aimee. Being absolutely minced by the tornado there, Aimee's left on low stagger, but Mororu and Dairoth trying their best to keep it up in Neon Kitty's goal box. Neon Kitty saying, no thanks, have some slime. And here we're seeing Recovery Drain do its thing, but it does not matter. Just the revive time gives Matu the opportunity to score that goal and take the set.
Yeah, the revive is powerful, but, you know, if you don't have the time to contend with anything afterwards, it was a great play by Neon Kitty to get that core up to Matu during that time, and that just leaves X very uncontested for that goal. Moving in here to the second set win, going to Animal Style Mystery Meal, and they're going to be trying to make it a third. All in all, though, some pretty big picks. Matu is going to be finally picking up Spark of Leadership and fully using it with the Spark of Focus. Finally, two Sparks together at last in the Osas match. But we're also going to be seeing team player on Aimee as well as spec training on Mororu. Two pretty big picks here, both for themselves but also for Night Market. We'll have to see how those come into play and if that changes the momentum entirely.
Here we go. Aimee able to clear it out, and Mororu there to succeed on getting the bumper. Gets the other bumper with a dash punch, leaving Neon Kitty open wide now. That being said, Matu able to get a quick touch here. Bull Rush not quite able to get the core in it. Keeps it out. Mororu winning a strike where brings it up to the field. Dairoth rapidly approaching. Mororu striking it in.
Neon Kitty and Moshi really made a good attempt there to try and get it out, but Dairoth and Mororu just answered so quickly. They were just up in their faces, and there wasn't a lot of options to get that core cleared out. Looks like Animal Style Mystery Meal trying to turn it around. Great X ult there is going to force through, almost getting that second barrier, but Aimee's able to avoid that from happening. Neon Kitty is unfortunately going to lose one barrier there due to the excellent hit by Dairoth, but moving through here, the core is back on the side of Animal Style Mystery Meal. Mororu getting in their face, but not quite enough. It's on Matu to try and move it through, but Aimee with a flip is going to make both goalies have to spend flips there. and are able to avoid the barriers from being taken down. Both teams in a bit of a stalemate here, trying to find that angle. Unfortunately, Dairoth using up that flip there isn't going to get anything off it, but Mororu is still keeping the advantage here with having a flip of their own, possibly going to be using it here, but not quite. Neon Kitty moving it through, but it doesn't matter when Neon Kitty is dead. Moshi now on the defensive, having to move against the flow of the match here. Mororu going to try and force it through, but not able to find a clean hit. Montu moving back nicely, but not nicely enough. A great series of hits there is going to allow Mororu to set up a series of unfortunate events, gonna be leading to that second point here, and the momentum is definitely in the other direction, and possibly in favor of Chikara Cat Girls now.
You can't cook without heat, and the heat was on for Cat Girls, but they are feeling themselves now. They are getting into it, and they are ready to fight. Dairoth able to take a quick bumper. Maruru walking up, forces a flip out of Moshi. Neon Kitty able to use those slimes to keep it out of there, but unfortunately, Dairoth and Maruru are right there. Grab a second barrier. Aimi hanging out back, able to keep this back, but Ma2 using the strike reset gets a bumper, and a quick strike where gets the other. Ma2 having flip here, looking for a play to make. Maruru gets a dash punch off. Ma2's gonna have to make a miracle happen here. Aimi's able to save it after the flip. Maruru rapidly walking up. Dairoth coming in for the play as well, but they're not able to find it yet. Maruru punches for the stun, but not hits. Oh. Aimi using the flip here. Slime's able to get it out of the net, though.
Well, continuing up here, both teams doing a great job of keeping it in play, but Ma2 is going to try and move it through now. With that Exalt, not quite enough. Neon Kitty now going to have to contend with Dairoth, and unfortunately, not the right time to use that ability. Dairoth with the cheeky slime hit is going to lead to that third point going to Chikara Cat Girls, and we'll be moving into set 5 here. A lot of momentum switches, a lot of possibly big picks moving into the draft here. We're already seeing Moshi, Manu, and what era wouldn't on Night Market. Manu is somewhat of an invaluable tool with those Maelstroms, so possibly going to see some big era kills here. Mororu is going to be denying Matu from taking Spark of Strength, and on top of Dairoth denying Spark of Rizal, that means we're not going to see as much benefit here from Spark of Leadership coming out. They're very wary of what it can do, but still, with heavy impact on Mon 2, I don't think the damage is going to stop.
Taking Spark of Leadership was an absolutely massive investment. Forcing two different players in the same draft to take a Spark and be their only Spark is absolutely huge. This puts Cat Girls in the, or this puts rather the Animal Style in the draft advantage, as they had to take less bad awakenings, or rather more better awakenings.
I completely agree with you there, and it looks like it's already paying off a bit as Dairoth is looking a little worse for wear, to say the least. Matu going to try and go for the kill there, as well as the barrier. Almost getting it, but not quite. Mororu is still contesting with those Julie attacks. Dairoth trying to make a big play there, cutting off Moshi, not able to fully do so. We'll also be seeing the stronger Dubu wall with the projectiles. Unfortunately, Neon Kitty trying to make a self-pass there, but is unfortunately going to hit the middle, leading to the goal opening up. Again, Dairoth looking a little worse on that health, and with Matu ult possibly going to be dead here, but not quite. Aimi using the flip to get the core out. Neon Kitty having used the secondary, but is able to avoid a goal. Moshi trying to move it up to Matu, but that hit, really strong hit's going to move it out of the goal box. Moshi still making a play. Neon Kitty, again, great use of the secondary, avoiding the goals from being taken, but still no team has made a really big offensive push here, but they've definitely been trying to. Great series of hits there. The 1-2 punch coming in really clutch there for that red core, meaning Dubu's wall is just not fast enough to reach, and we're going to get the first point here for Animal Style Mystery.
Maruru punching off of kickoff here, able to get it past, but the core just sort of waffles in the middle a bit. Dairoth wins the Juno Jump Strike War as both of them leaped in at the same time. Aimi looking for a clear here, but the Shrink stinks it up and gets the barrier. Maruru walking up low on stagger, but with a core flip, makes a name for themselves here. However, all three of them, what? A dash punch gets it in!
Unfortunately, Neon Kitty not finding the clear there, and it's going to give Mororu a great chance to pounce there. great attack there to bring the set to 1-1. We'll have to see what they do and start here. Dairoth getting a great Juno Slime to move it through, but thanks to Neon Kitty and Ma2, that offensive push is going to be going to Animal Style Mystery Meal instead. However, Aimee is going to be denying the second barrier from being taken with that great Dubu wall. All in all here, though, it's still in the advantage of Animal Style Mystery Meal, especially with both barriers down. Ma2 going for that goalie Oki, trying to move it through. Aimee, great strike war there. An amazing flip there from Neon Kitty, almost getting it through, but not quite against all those layers. Going to be difficult to do so. Still, though, with the secondary moving it past Mororu, doesn't even have to deal with the 1v1. Moshi trying to move it through, but a great slime there from Dairoth with the primary. As well as the jump here is going to keep it in contention. One barrier down, two barriers down. Mororu winning the strike war here. It's now Dairoth's chance to make a play, keeping it up. Neon Kitty nowhere to clear it, but is able to move it through. Ma2 with the flip here might be seeing it soon with this ult. Keep the core in contention, but not quite. Great hits there from Aimee and Mororu are going to move it out, but a series of really fast shots is going to leave them in the dust. Ma2 finding an option through, even if they had to contest it, they would have had to deal with the Maelstrom, really difficult situation, and that's going to be leading into a possible match point here for Animal Style Mystery Meal.
Pressure is on for Cat Girls, but they work best under these conditions. We're going to see some crazy things out of Aimee, Mororu, and Dairoth here, making sure this stops. And a flip gets the barrier, but Aimee has shown they only need one. Unfortunately, they're not going to have that one anymore. They're not afforded that luxury. The net is open, Aimee is staggered, and a flip is coming their way from Neon Kitty. Stun from Dubu Roll keeps it. Dairoth flipping, gets a barrier. Mororu wanting to keep up the tempo. We're going to see the Tofu come out here, and the core's in an unfortunate position for Ma2 to just kick it in. Animal Style takes this one.
I gotta say, that Dubu wall was unfortunate to say the least. Aimee did not want to keep that core in the goalie crease, but unfortunately, the way it got set up from the soup coming out is going to leave the core in play, and it's going to give Ma2 that great chance there to get that goal. Again, a lot of momentum shifts in this game, but all in all, Animal Style Mystery Meal is going to be taking it. Just a bit more of that offensive pressure with the edge is going to lead to a few more goals. Ma2 definitely making a name, getting 9 goals on the scoreboard here, but it's through the help of Neon Kitty and Moshi to move the core up there and also lead to 51k damage on Ma2. But honestly, the other team isn't far behind. Dairoth on Juno with 42k damage. A lot of trades here, as well as Mororu with 7 kills. Shows Julie doesn't need high damage numbers to kill. A lot of trades, a lot of power plays, but yeah, in the end, Animal Style Mystery Meal just made it work on that last set.
Absolutely insane plays. Both teams truly fantastic in what they were doing. Some of the standout players to me were Aimee and Neon Kitty. Aimee's ability to hold down the goal box, truly amazing. There were some saves, dribbles within the goal box, just on the line, as well as strike warring bull rush. Absolutely fantastic. It's not something that I'm able to do. There were some unfortunate moments, such as that Tofu on the last goal there, but that doesn't matter. We've all slipped up before, and just being able to see what Aimee has been able to consistently do, and the amount of redirects and saves, over 360 in total, insane. An iron wall. And Neon Kitty is not much different, you know? With the Slimes being able to back up their team, they were essentially third forward while in the goal box. It's what you'd love to see.
Yeah, I can't even call it a slip up there. As a Dubu goalie myself, Dubu wall is how do I put this? It's a bit of a weird ability sometimes, and it doesn't work the way you want it to. I've had those moments myself. It just never really stops with how Dubu wall works out. But yeah, I gotta agree. Neon Kitty as well made a lot of really good defensive plays. We brought up before that we didn't see the Juno eject button before, but this is why you see a lot of Juno eject button. Neon Kitty was able to not only cover just so much of the defensive angles, but also make the offensive plays, keeping the core up there longer. It might have been a very instrumental reason to why those offensive pushes just led to a bit more. But all in all, yeah, both teams made it work in their way. But in this case, the points go to Animal Style Mystery Meal. with the advantage here.
And there it is. Honestly, quite the exciting matches we were able to witness here today. And I'm hoping these next matches are going to be more exciting. Please make sure to stick around. It's been a pleasure for you folk to put up with us. We'll be back in a little bit.
Stay tuned, y'all.
Hello, Strikers. Welcome back to Osas Season 4 Finale. First day 1. We are loading up right now, before your very eyes, into Animal Style Mystery Meal versus Chikara Yappers. I'm joined today by 2 whole people.
2 entire people.
Not to be confused with 3. Yes, we are having a TriCast. I don't think we've ever done a TriCast for us. It's the first time, right? I believe.
Roll up that powder. It's time for the 3 Musketeers to march forward into the yonder.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, I haven't been paying. I haven't actually watched many of today's games.
What I like to hear.
I'm a little addicted to another game. I would not. Actually, no, I will. I will say it.
Go
I'm
now.
addicted to another game, Honkai Star Rail, because we're sponsored by them. Go play it. We get. We're gonna sponsor the. This is how we sponsor the LAN. Not really, but this is how we sponsor other things. So go do that. That's a new thing that we just got done. But that's my reasoning for not watching. So if you guys have like, what are y'all's thoughts on these teams so far? Because I have seen them in previous weeks, but I don't know how people are like playing today, and all that. I don't know.
I mean, I'll start it off and say I've got quite the caster bias here. My boy Moshi is on the team of Animal Style, so it's going to be an Animal Style sweep for me. I don't see it going any other way.
Yeah, I'm actually also a famously unbiased caster, and Animal Style is a West team full of West players, and so I think they got this one. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Just
All
a
right.
small
Well,
amount of bias.
I'll go ahead. I'll be the bad guy. The one in the minority. I think Chikara Yapper's kind of got this. Low-key, those guys.
So brave.
Yeah, I know. I'm so brave. I do everything for the community. But Chikara Yappers, I've seen them play. I've scrimed against them with a couple teams. I've watched them scrim. I've watched them play, and I've helped them, and they kind of pop off. Low key. Oh, we got a lobby cancel.
Off to a great start.
Hey, it wouldn't be Osas without some sort of technical issue somewhere. Oh man. Anyways, we are going to reload that. But yeah, like I was saying, Yappers just does not. They've performed pretty well. I believe they qualified week 1, week 2. One of those 2 weeks, I believe.
It says week 4.
It says week 4? No way. Was it really week 4? Guys, I'm delusional. I have no idea. I don't remember who qualified. I could have sworn they qualified much earlier. Maybe I'm thinking of a different Chikara team. But we are in, and we're on AtLab with a Stagger Swagger and Spark of Focus start. Something.
I think this is the most exciting start you can spawn in with. Really, nothing gets more like awakening dependent and game changing than Spark of Focus Stagger Swagger.
Hey, we have Spark of Leadership though, so maybe somebody will take it this time. Last patch, nobody's taking Spark of Focus except maybe like a Julie, right? But like,
right now it's Spark's world, and we're all
Yeah.
just living in it.
imagine.
But we might already have an interesting thing because they just banned Luna, and Ma2 is like very well known for just having a Kazan. And Kazan, well, he has 2 forms, and unfortunately his nerfs, quote unquote, didn't really do much to kind of belittle his potential. So I think this could be a problem for Yappers if they do actually want to take this year.
It could be big. I am curious. This is like a pretty what?
Car? What is that?
Oh my god! Yeah,
never
watch
seen that.
out!
Great.
They might, in fact, do it to you.
They might just have to do it to you. Oh man. We see some good passing plays coming here between Big Bro and Blade Swift, getting the first barrier, but unable to really make things. Oh, I say that, and then they're able to get the pendulum swing there for the second barrier. Now with goal open, they have the chance to take this first goal, but a good defense coming out from Jackie Chance to keep it there, and another double barrier coming their way. But Blade Swift just wins the strike war. Just strike second, and you just win the game.
That
That
is
ancient
the
arcane
way
tech.
to win. Yeah, ancient tech of just a strike second. But I do believe it's the Atlas and the Ma and the Atlas and the Kazan that have opted into this Spark, so there is potential there with those builds. Everybody else is opted into Stagger Swagger. You know, it doesn't seem to be saving Moshi right now, but
Yeah,
you know,
Huawei.
that happens sometimes. It does seem like Chikara Yappers are off to a really strong start here, though, and just taking these double barriers, right, putting pressure on the second barrier here. Last round they got the second one immediately. They're seeming to be off to a really strong start.
Yeah, but in spite of that, this okay. Sorry, I was gonna say this barrier is being held, but I was unfortunately a little ambitious with that one. Maybe a little bit behind, as unfortunately the barriers have been taken, and Chikara Yappers are now up 2-0. Wowee.
I gotta hand it to Big Bro. Just having really good position to cover the areas that Jackie Chance would want to get away from this Juliet, and then using the pendulum swing to just kind of confirm the goals whenever possible, when Blade Swift's maybe not in position to dash punch or it's on cooldown. So just really well played from them. But Ma actually covering the down angle, Wolfman getting a little bit unlucky off the corner there, and Ma taking advantage of it to keep him alive in this set.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. You know, Wolfman goes for that clear, and it's a little deceptive because you think, oh, it's Kazan, right? Like he's not gonna be able to like, I can walk with this core, right? But you can't really do that against any character with like any secondary, really. If they've got a dash or like a haste, a blink, trying that like clear down and walk tech doesn't tend to work. And Kazan's just there to like get it right past your wall, just a little bit before you can reach it with your strike.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm zoning out. I might in fact be getting ready for some Honkai Star Rail with the link if you type in !HSR. Oh
wow!
Oh, Wolfman
Is that a
from
strike shot?
downtown. I think so.
That was indeed a strike shot off the bottom wall.
Wow,
Strike shotting just had to do it to him there. That picture is so crazy.
It's awesome. I want to talk really quickly about how we have not one but two Rasmus midfields in this game, and with two Size Awakenings up on the board, they're both eating good. Recovery drone going to Big Bro.
Double sparks though.
Really
Oh,
interesting.
choosing heavy impact over the spark though.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, none of the Sparkers took the Spark, which, hey, I'll say it. You got to play for the Spark of Leadership win condition. You lead your team to victory by giving them 8 million stats.
Yeah.
Team player
Just
also
all the
really
stats.
good and heavy impact. Hard to pass up.
It is hard to pass up. I'm sorry, Wop, go ahead.
No worries. I do think Spark is strong, but you have to think about like what is Spark of Focus for? Sorry, it was a Spark of Focus, and then it was like what? I think
Agility.
Agility.
The other one.
I don't think it's actually. I guess they just don't want the scaling. They'd rather just play for the immediate power. Like I guess the Julie maybe is a little scary. I'd have to assume it's a deny from the Julie, but I do think eventually, right? It's pretty likely you're gonna get others. But unless you get Spark of Strength, it kind of feels bad, right? Because you don't have that power. You're kind of just like cooldown bot. And I assume that would be why we didn't see it grabbed. As for why Wolfman didn't grab it, I don't know. Team player, red core speed is funny. That's my guess.
Plus, you're going to be able to use the team player a lot more here with pretty much nothing but melee characters. Not a single range character in this game. So a little easier to use the team player to go for cross clears when the characters don't have as much range to cover things like that. But both barriers open on both sides now. Kind of anyone's point going into the second set. A good hook from Moshi to keep it away from Bladesmith, who has everything ready, but not able to get it past the midfield. And unfortunately, Mochi own goals with this Rasmus secondary. I did that earlier, so I feel the pain there.
Oh, I'm not too sure. I think it might have been the delay on the Rasmus secondary that causes that. Like a little bit of a delay. It's not like too long, but it's just enough where you think like, yeah, this is gonna hit it this way, and then it hits it back. I do it sometimes while I'm trying to score. Oh my god! The Rasmus hook into the
Yoinky
flip.
sploinky, like holy crap.
Over the shoulder kill. That's what we love to see. My favorite combo, I'll say it. So much fun.
The corner flip not really paying off for Ma there. And Big Bro actually dying and then dying again.
Wow, the recovery drone was big.
Drone.
And then it wasn't.
And then it wasn't. And unfortunately, he doesn't get that back the rest of the entire set, so... But still a size awakening, and on Rasmus, that's always a good sign.
So, is the recovery drone... I haven't played this patch very much. I did some in-houses, but I haven't really played. I haven't seen recovery. Is it supposed to work the same way that, like, a Now or the Atlas Revive would, where it's supposed to, like, unstagger you? Because if so, it did not do it.
Yes, but there is a bug with Atlas ult, and I think Atlas ult, where if you take damage over time, like, say, Siphoning Wand, you will come back unstaggered. Staggered, because the damage over time still affects you afterwards.
Ooh, what a shot.
Yeah, but a great shot from Big Bro. Ignoring silly little revive bugs, we do see a nice shot from Big Bro, and once again, Chikari Yappers are up 2-0 right now.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the revive drone will put you back at 30% of your HP if you had none, but it also puts you back at where you start. And oh wow, what dash punch flip equals no goalie. Control Alt Delete, basically, getting rid of that Mako off the pitch, but unable to convert here, and the Mako's about to come back. They have one more opportunity, and they do get it. Now with flip on Big Bro, they have a pretty good opportunity here to just go up 2 sets, especially with the Spark Star. This could be very bad for Animal Style Mystery Mail.
Yeah, but Matu did a great deal of bossing up there, getting the barrier, and then getting the goal right there after chunking Wolfgang for half his health, waiting for the ball to get to him, and getting Animal Style back on board for the set, maybe looking to mount a little bit of a comeback. Matu getting a core flip and Moshi being really close.
Speaking on recovery drone earlier, because I think I interrupted myself, but when you revive with recovery drone, it puts you back where you spawn in. So if you're a forward, it puts you back in the forward position. If you're the goalie, it puts you in that like little triangle formation at the very back of the triangle. So that can actually get... I think that's going to get goalies killed later on, because it puts you kind of close to the goal net on some maps.
Really interesting. I'm unsure if that would affect like how you play around it. I can see it maybe impacting occasionally, but well, I'm yapping and they're winning. Oh wow. Dear.
Savable goal.
Yeah, like the team name.
Hey, true. Amen. Yeah. Yapping like Chikari Yappers. Anyways, that will be their second set of the game. This could be big, depending on what's here.
There it is.
It also could be very...
It's enormous.
Oh, there's the Spark of Leadership.
Wait, it's both for
Spark of
Rasmus
Leadership.
first. So who's the first Spark? Ma 2 is actually the first Spark available. So they may opt to deny it here from Ma.
They could, but I don't know. Like, you've already missed out on Spark of Agility, so that's gone, right? Spark
and
of Focus
Spark of Resil's up here, too.
Yeah, it could be really scuffed, because you're only going to get, what, 3 Sparks?
But think about it, 3 Sparks on your Kazan, while also passing cooldowns and power to the rest of your team? That's insane.
That's really big.
It's pretty big.
Is it not much power, though?
It's, so you get, I think you get 48 power with, or no, you get 60, like 72 power with 3 Sparks, right?
Well,
and
that's with Spark of
40%.
Yeah, assuming Matu is able to pick up Spark of Strength in the next draft.
Yes.
Oh, wait, guys, I forgot Spark of... I thought it was Spark of Strength in the first draft. My bad.
No, Spark of Strength is the one remaining.
Yeah, and that's sharing like 60-something, or
but
40% of 60 power.
Already getting 13 CDR. I mean, look, just passing off 13 CDR already is pretty huge.
Yeah, that's a little massive, and this Rasmus, Big Bro, is looking really big.
Yeah, a little large.
Quite large.
He is.
Lore accurate Big Bro.
Yeah, true.
1984 has never been larger.
It could be a little scary here if this doesn't clear out.
Sorry, that was just the craziest call out. 1984 Big Brother.
Hey, get him on the mod team. He's ready.
He's ready. Matu is ready to take out Wolfgang, putting some abilities into them, but core flip dropped by Moshi and then ripped from downtown, hitting. I just had a mental battle, an attack, dare I say, of whether or not to call it the fudgy angle, but hitting the fudgy angle and getting it through. Great use of a core flip.
Indeed, great use of a core flip, and I think this is the first time they've been up points in a set since starting this game out. So maybe
Yes,
being
and
able to
that's
swing
the spark
some
of leadership
momentum.
diff.
Yeah, spark of leadership tips. You know, sometimes we got to put the team on your back in both the backpack and the election office.
Yeah, the leadership secretary next draft will go hard, and we will be going to a next draft, and I am not biased. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
I've covered all my bases.
The real question is, well, Uchikari Yappers find a little dash. I believe it was a dash strike. I did not see a punch.
There's no punch. Nope.
But what are we going to call the new 5 spark? You know, we've already
That's
got
the president.
It's the president.
That's the president.
That's all. You've made it all the way.
Yeah, you've surpassed the gubernatorial race, and you've gone straight for the presidential race.
I
Here are
can
the
Yeah.
5 sparks.
Straight up, all the way to the Oval Office itself. None of this in between. Nothing else. Oh my God, the Atlas Lab angle.
The famed and unfortunate Atlas Lab angle. But Bladeswift using Dash Punch there leaves a lot less opportunity to score for Shikari Yappers. Maybe Animal Style Mystery Milk can get this last barrier with Matu kind of just 1v2 brawling right now.
Oh yeah, Kazan lore.
Matu is fighting for their life right now. They are. Oh, and it may be over.
Oh!
My God.
That strike
You made
shot
it.
almost confirmed it. The astral projection will, but what a great evade on what would otherwise be an insane confirm.
Yeah, the teamwork, like the call there to just dash punch. Yep.
Oh.
Hey, dude, these guys. Bladeswift is, if not anything, he's very consistent with his dash punches. I feel like every time this guy dashes in the net, it's going in. I don't
Yep.
think I've seen it miss.
Hey,
And if I
Julie
have-
is a great counter to Mako because Julie can just stun Mako out of anything, any defense she's putting up. You really have to just tap all of your moves if you want to get through dash punch, because like a dash punch strike puts up 3 hitboxes. Oh, but this could be it. Who cares about what and we're back. Dash punch strike puts up 3 hitboxes, and so you have to do something like strike primary secondary. Oh, but
Whoa, what a
unfortunately the
strike bind.
passive on the Mako strike does not catch the ball, and it will be going in, which means game 1 goes to Chikara Yappers.
It was a pretty quick game too.
It was a very quick game, and it wasn't even a very quick game. Like I figured, typically when you see quick games on AtLab, at least I consider them to be due to like kill comps, where you kind of just get like murdered on repeat. But no, neither of these comps really care about killing you. I mean, they have the Kazan, but it kind of just seemed like it was a really quick game because Yappers just took the barriers almost immediately. It felt like they were just blitzing them every round. Even with a comp that, in my opinion, shouldn't really do that. I don't think Rasmus Julie are that great at winning kickoff and then carrying the round forward. But they've seemed to find a way.
Yeah,
Well,
I really do think it's just Julie having such a great matchup into Mako, and so eventually, or with enough tries after the Rasmies duke it out in the midfield, if the ball got to Bladeswift, it would usually go in. And dash punches, hey, built for that specific purpose.
The Rasmi. I always refer to them as Rasmi, but I guess Rasmi's cool too. But it's only it's at BO3, so that's only game 1.
Mm-hmm.
There is still a world where Animal Style Mystery Meal brings us back. Unsure what map we're going to. It's looking like a night market.
Yeah, and Chikari Yappers aren't allowed to pick any of the characters that they just won on, which means Bladeswift can't lock in Juliet on Night Market, which is, her best map.
I forgot about that rule.
Yeah.
Oh my god, guys. Okay, so that means that there's no Atlas. Is it for both teams? It's just for Yappers,
No,
right?
I
just
think
for
it's just
the
for
winning
Yappers.
team.
Okay, so you have no Atlas, you have no Rasmus, and you have no Julie.
No Juliet. Is it
That's
going to
two of your
Imi's
brothers
app?
gone.
That'd be insane.
True. Go ahead and get both problematic characters out, and then see what we ban. Probably what, Drakkar and like a Vice.
I would
don't know.
just immediately ban Drakkar, and that gets rid of all the problem characters on Imi's app.
I don't
Just
know
play
though, because Animal
It's
Style
not
Munchie
Imi's
Meal
app,
on but could still play Rasmus Julie. Still pull up with that threat.
I do wonder if maybe if this game goes in the favor of Animal Style Mystery Meal, I'm curious if Yappers have an answer to Game 3, because you've played Rasmus, you've played Julie, right? That's already two general brawlers. I know they played the Rasmus midfield, but Rasmus is like most often known as a brawler, right? Or as that like scorer, like that forward role.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like two of your like what 6 choices gone. You got like what's left? X, Asher, Kazans, and Taro.
Yep, those are the only other brawlers. You can pull out a Dubu forward if you're feeling ambitious, but I think after the nerfs to a stagger, you will not be feeling much of anything other than the gray screen. So,
Hey, Dubu is a little strong in the forward role. Kill him. I read that. I remember that was such a. I think I saw it get copy and pasted somewhere. I'm not sure where. It might have been Westward, but Dubu forward was too strong. So I guess you can do it and play perma death simulator if you want. I am curious though if anybody on Yappers, I guess Blade Swift, right, as the brawler, if they have that Kazaners and Taro available, which are a little bit harder to pilot, I think. But you'll probably need one of those, unless you're going to go like the X or the Asher, in which case, oh well, it doesn't matter to me. But like, I feel like the X Asher aren't great on all maps, and so if it's a more open map or something, it could be really rough.
yeah, we were also seeing on the side of Animal Style Mystery Meal a goalie swap. Jackie Chance is out for Neon Kitty, who's in here, and I believe we saw them earlier play, and we're holding it down exceptionally well. So I think a little bit of team comp changes, a little bit of imposed restrictions on the enemy team's character picks, and Animal Style Munchie Meal. Sorry, that was last season. Wow, it's crazy how like muscle memory bakes into your brain like that. Hey, my fault. Mystery Meal, new meal is here, and I think it's really favoring them in this situation.
New meal, new me.
New meal, new me.
We do have what am I looking at this right? A missile prop extra special start on
Yep.
Night Market. We may be seeing the Juno. Extra special's pretty strong on Juno, especially on this map where you can kind of just eat the lane up. Oh, just kidding. Neon has hovered off of it. I'm disappointed.
Yep, we're looking at Mako Era X.
Oh, guys,
and-
we've seen this coming.
How could it be on Night Market? No. But with a Vice being locked in immediately, the enemy team could just run full damage, and damage tears through this team comp.
It
That's
does.
a Mako, though.
Oh no.
Oh. That's
Okay.
And that's a damage comp.
That is a damage comp. Yeah, I feel like, especially with this start, right, it's going to be really hard for you to survive. But Aramako X is notorious for going 0-2 and then like ending the game 3-2 because they scale anyways. I'm curious though how you can survive. Amal's opted into this vicious Van Brace, but I don't know if it's going to make a difference, and both barriers are already gone for the side of Animal Style Mystery Meal.
Yeah, I think the Van Brace is a great start to making things happen in the defensive department. Big Bro took Pummelers, which I think is a good thing for Mystery Meal, because now they don't have to worry about the Draining Wand damage coming out. But with Blade Swift on the Zentaro and the Draining Wand, Siphoning Wand. Whoa! A quick goal after getting the barriers immediately means Chikari Yappers are still looking pretty good right now. They're unfazed by the character restrictions.
One thing that Yapper seems to have really going for them is their forward duo has. Oh wow, that killed!
uh-oh.
I can't believe that killed. Pulmonary Stiff, I guess.
Zentaro lore on the X, dashing into Narnia, and getting hit halfway through.
But one thing the Yappers have going for them is their forward duo works very well together. They cover the angles that the other's not covering. The Vice or Big Bro will just kind of throw an ability when they just know that Blade Swift is going to go for a scoring opportunity, and so it makes the scoring opportunity that much more potent. And I think it's something that a lot of OSAS teams kind of struggle with, and that this seems to be one of the teams that doesn't.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, they are very good about that. About having Big Bros like stack another ability on top of Blade's scoring attempts, if they've got the chance. And there's not a lot of clear options available. So I do agree they are very strong at that, and I feel like it could be really rough. Oh my. I didn't think that was going in, so I was just gonna yap through it, but it did. Bit of a problem,
hey.
but
Sometimes,
sorry, go ahead.
sometimes the midfielder just puts it in. Don't worry, I have nothing of value to say. You're free to go.
Okay, Moshi has spent a large part of this game staggered, and I mean both barriers are gone for Yappers here, but I think they're okay. But as I was saying, Moshi has spent a large part of this game staggered, and without any stagger awakenings left in the pool, right? Peak performance and all that stuff got removed. You really only got like what? Rezil, Stagger Swagger, and the new Recovery Drone, but I don't really consider Recovery Drone like a survival awakening. I know it is, but it doesn't really grant you that much, I think. I think you're still going to die, you're just delaying it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, to me, Recovery Drone's better when you're not dealing with kill comps, because then the one time you might get KO'd, you don't, and so it's much more potent in that regard. Oh no, the Power Cord almost got that goal because it fed the core right back to Ma. But
Hey guys, don't worry, Vice is fixed. And now Power Cord can own goal at rates never before seen.
Oh, that's true. It was bugged. That was one of the bug fixes, which may be interesting to see. Because I know a lot of players have been wanting to play Vice, but they just haven't been able to justify locking it in while that primary bug existed. So I'm curious to see if in the upcoming weeks, right? Not just in Osas, but also maybe in NASA and Nassel, if Vice makes a bit more of a resurgence, finds her way back into some damage comps that she was previously kind of not in because the bug was so impactful. And why would you play that when you just play Amy?
I mean, not only did Vice basically get buffed in a way, now actually being able to play the game, kind of like what happened to Asher when they finally fixed her primary and she became the best forward in the game. Now there's no stagger awakenings except for resilience, and very few defensive awakenings, and they also included another really good secondary awakening for her in what's that one called? Explosive entrance.
Oh yeah,
Super Surge 2.
Super Surge, but better.
Yeah,
and Vice takes big advantage of that. Oh, what a redirect.
Yeah, Vice having all three of her abilities be an impact, she gets that 12.5%. That's hitting everything. So her damage definitely goes up from that. I am a little curious. I know the old Super Surge on Vice used to be kind of bad, because you would actually knock too far on your secondary, so you wouldn't be able to follow up with your ult. I'm unsure if that's still the way. If it's not, it's just straight up a buff. It's just better than Super Surge than it was. And I imagine it probably is, but it is something to note, and I'm not sure if it has the knockback to stop you from to stop the secondary into the ult combo from Vice being true, because it used to not be true if you picked up Super Surge, and it was a little painful to deal with.
Yeah, I believe I can't. Hey, me when I start talking without actually having any verification, it should not affect that combo, but with heavy impact and explosive entrance, you will have a higher damage multiplier or bonus than if you had Super Surge, and so you're more than likely going to knock back farther away, like with the Super Surge issue. Which kind of stinks because on paper, explosive entrance, heavy impact is, Turbo Thanos Biss on Vice. That's just a whole whole ton of damage on all of your moves. But, you know, we'll have to see. In the meantime, Neon Kitty has been making some insane saves, but Blade Swift, with the patience of a saint, Monk Mental on top of the Himalayas, he has found one strike war win on the goal line, has claimed the first set for Chikara Yappers. And there's heavy impact right there. Guys, Out Awakening's a little strong on all the characters that have like 500 impact, like Vice and Zentaro.
Yeah, it's very strong, and one thing to note is that this just looks like a favorable draft for Yappers. Like, I don't see a way that Animal Style takes this draft as a win, except maybe the team player.
Team player is a nice pick, but there's 3 Sparks, 2 of them being picked up by Animal Style because there's just nothing else, and it's hard to come out of that draft as an Animal Style fan thinking, yep, this is great. It's like Big Bro 6293 has picked up Heavy Impact, and Blade Swift got Rapid Fire. Those are both just exceptional awakenings on those characters, and now they have to deal with that. And deal with that they are right now.
Guys, is Heavy Impact a fair awakening?
Hey, it's balanced.
It's balanced, don't worry. Oh my god, combo move.
Bounced off the wall of the flip. Flip bounced him off the wall into the Vice secondary. I don't think it was intentional, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they calmed that, and they were like, yeah!
Yeah!
Then, you know, I think it's better. It's more enjoyable if you assume everything is team play and everything's coordinated, even though a lot of it probably isn't.
Whoa, batter's up,
everything
though.
is intentional on the stream. Don't worry. The script is written to be that way. Oh yeah.
Flips going out left and right. You know, and eventually, when the flips come out and everybody's flipping, it's a little sketch. And, you know, there, like, the ball just did not go to the other side of the field. And the X decided that it was his time. He didn't want any more flips to go off.
We're removing all the flips here.
Neon Kitty getting this team player has proven quite crazy, though. Not only has Neon Kitty been saving well, but has been getting some crazy clear angles just simply because of how fast the core is able to go past the forwards.
Yeah, that is one of the strengths of team player. More so in these lower levels of play, like Osas, than at higher levels. But it does punish you pretty bad for misstepping, right? You get a lot of clears that you normally wouldn't be able to get, just because like a player like took 2 steps to the bottom, right? And that normally they would be able to just walk back in time. But team player kind of like tightens that window that you have to respond. So it makes it a bit rough. While they are good at cutting the passes and making sure there are no options available, it's still hard for even the best of teams when the team player gets put on the table.
Wow. Animal Style Mystery Meal had to just kind of pick up the pieces of the last draft, but then they just 3-0 in the second set here and kind of get a pick of the litter.
3-0 and an okay draft, actually. You have Twin Drive or Primetime here for your era. Looks like we're going to be seeing the Primetime. That'll make it a bit easier to, you know, survive if you can just perma-shrink someone, but Rapid Fire's gone, so, you know, oh well. Then you got the Recovery Drone. You know, Maul's going to be a bit tankier. They might be able to survive like 1 kill, but again, it's a damage comp, so I don't know if that 1 death is going to be enough. It might be.
It might be.
In my mind, I just don't see the world that like the 1 revive saves you, because they're eventually just going to get the damage right off this, especially the 1-2 punch, right?
Yeah, 1-2 punch is such a big pickup for Chikara Yappers here. Hotshot's really nice on their Mako, and Demo on their Zentaro. It's like fine, it's pretty good, but a 1-2 punch means the damage threat that Big Bro is putting up is so immense. And important to note, Spark of Resilience is still out there. That and Leadership still have not been seen yet. And so if Matu can pick up Spark of Resilience, I think that's the Recovery Drone. Its utility just becomes so much more because it's going to be so much harder to kill Matu, especially with the Vambrace too. Like everything to make Matu a defensive monster can still happen. Like Stagger Swagger 2, all of these things are still on the board. And as Big Bro and Blade Swift are trying to pull him away, Wolfman eventually getting the kill. Matu's recovery drone has been burned. And he staggered again. Sad life for next.
We may be seeing that problem with the recovery, is that yes, it is good, but I feel like, as you were mentioning earlier, I believe it was Nubsta who mentioned it, where it feels a bit better into like the Julie or something. Like something that's going to get a surprise kill based off knockback, but into these damage comps, wow, some great saves by Neon, by the way. That barrier stood up a lot longer than I thought it should have, but against these kill comps that are just going to kill you repeatedly, that one revive doesn't really matter.
Oh no.
Oh!
Struck it right into the big ol' X and X lore.
Yep. Recovery drone and X Maximus online. It is hard to get it around that guy when he's trying to score on you. He's so big! Oh my god, he's so big!
What was the name of that player we played against earlier? Biggest Dumpus or whatever?
Big Dumpus!
Yeah.
On the Atlas goalie.
That was the name of the player, was Big Dumpus.
Yeah, and Matu, Big Dumpus luring right now. The enemy team is Big Dumpus and all their abilities onto him, and that's gonna take him out, core flip and all! Matu has fallen again, but this barrier has still been held. Oh, that's a core flip.
I mean, Neon Kitty is just holding, but...
She is holding. I think it's a he, my bad. But he is holding. But Animal Style is also dead on repeat. Not any person on it. The entire team. Everybody's just staggered. And we're bad even. No.
Mako Era X will scale, I promise. They took a set. They took the second set, which wasn't in the script. They were supposed to lose the first two and then mount an insane comeback.
That's how the Era Mako X script goes, but they've got other plans. And everybody has reset. Oh my god. Man, I good snipe by Big Bro. I thought Neon had it and just barely short of it. I forgot what I was gonna say. Got interrupted by the ball going in the court.
Yeah, that just happens. Sometimes the goal just gets scored. And you're talking about like it doesn't matter what. It's just like making a point. And you're like, what's up, guys? That's a goal right here, right now.
I don't remember. I don't remember. Go on to the next topic. I'll remember it, I swear.
Go on without me. Oh, Neon Kitty has a core flip. Moshi close to getting one. Oh,
wow.
Moshi puts it in from the midfield line.
Oh, it went.
The Mako ult hit the back barrier back towards the top of the triangle, and then the triangle just disappeared, so it just went straight into the goal. A little unlucky there.
Ma was put in baby jail. And Gunner just stood there and it still went in. That's how it is.
Yep. Now here, a little bit of X midfield. Big Bro going for a great snipe there, but Neon Kitty having the patience to avoid it. Now Blade Swift getting staggered. Moshi running in to get the barrier, going crazy right here. And Moshi getting it through the Zentaro ult, not letting it get through. Now Animal Style here is on the offensive. They really want to seal out this point. I think. Do not want to give any opportunity for Chikara Yappers to scale with damage a little bit more. And the patience Neon Kitty is exhibiting right here is absolutely insane. Just not letting any of these attempts go through. But Big Bro with the flip gets stuffed out by Big Matu. Guys, play-by-play casting. A night market game.
Oh no.
Oh! Gets a little exciting when the goalie gets knocked out and then it goes in by Big Bro's hand.
I did not see the one who committed the murder. I'd assume it was the Zentaro. But I do know it was the Vice ult there that just barely caught the core at the end, and, well, you know.
The Supernova!
Oh my. Is that actually the name of the ability? Supernova?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep, that's the name of her ultimate.
Guys, we learned something today.
Write that down.
This is a really important set though, because there's still Spark of Resilience available, and if Moshi can get his hands on a Spark of Resilience to survive longer against this team, it could be very detrimental for Blade Swift to just kind of constantly get shrunk, as Matu is actually taken off the pitch here. And as well as, like, imagine Spark of Leadership on Matu, now they have a bunch of power on their team and can kind of brawl back. But losing their barrier here, both teams have open goals, and with ball on the side of Animal Style, but not able to make a goal here, not quite able to maintain control for long enough to get anything going here. And a whiff flip and overtime kicking in means, and 2 people locked in jail. Oh my god. Everything's everywhere. The core is incredibly fast. Blade Swift almost gets the primary in, but not able to get it. Neon Kitty just reacting to all these hits right now, really making it work. Blade Swift not able to get the primary. And again, the core is just everywhere right now. Matu up with the secondary, not able to get it. NATO kind of slows down the pace of the game and is now able to set up Blade Swift and Big Bro quite heavily. Then Zataro Ultimate just knocks it in, unable to hit it away from it at the right time. And Yappers take another set. This is an important draft too.
That was a perfectly placed Zentaro ult. And there's the Spark of Resilience. There's the Stagger Swagger. We have Chrono Boost and Castellast online, which I like all of these characters except Zentaro want.
This is like the most unfortunate era. This is like the most unfortunate era draft. Like everything she wants is here.
Yeah. But Spark of Resilience might fall to Matu here. The Stagger Swagger denied from Wolfmang. What?
Wait, no?
What?
Hello?
That's
are Sparks weak?
The Spark of Resilience has been passed up. We see Blade Swift picking up Aerials, which is a Dash Awakening on Zentaro, great.
And Neon Kitty took Castellast instead of Chrono. I'm flabbergasted.
My Gaston be flabbered on God. And Matu is dead. The recovery drone is offline.
13 seconds is how long it took for the recovery drone to be dead for the rest of the set.
Yeah, and Big Bro picked up Deadeye, which is just more damage. Definitely more conditional, and I think Deadeye is a little overvalued on Vice. I think it's pretty hard to proc it. But, like, that's... Chikari Yappers still have a ton of damage, and with no survivability being picked up by Animal Style Mystery Meal, I think that's going to be really hard to play the game for them.
Wow,
what a stuff.
It
does seem to be a little rough. Everybody's telling, oh, what an unfortunate Dorito.
Yeah, a little rough.
I'm just barely having a little
Pythagoras sends his regards.
Is that his name?
Pythagorean theorem?
I knew it was a... Yeah, I mean, I knew that.
Yeah,
I think it's Pythagoras. I don't know how to pronounce it exactly.
Wait, that goes hard. Guys, call me Pythag. Never mind. Don't call me
don't do that,
Never mind. Never mind. We do a bit of chatting. But yeah,
chatting.
It does seem to be very rough.
Saves.
Oh my. Well, yeah, beautiful saves by Neon and Moshi there. It does seem to be very rough for Animal Style to have what you would consider a healthy amount of HP.
They're doing all right now.
They are doing right now, but I feel like we're about to see...
Oh my god.
And they have stopped doing all right. And Matu is alive.
Neon Kitty almost global Blade Swift from full HP.
Wait, somebody check this Mako character. That is not okay.
That is not okay.
Why did Zentaro get 1v1 by the goalie? Oh, that's why. It's Missile Prop, Twin Drive.
Yeah, Missile Prop, Twin Drive.
And a Powerhouse.
Yeah, a little bit of damage, but that doesn't matter when the Dash Awakening Zentaro has locked his sights on your location. And that is 2 points up for Chikari Yappers. And on the whim of the entirety of Chikari Yappers, most specifically Big Bro, they can just decide that someone is getting out of the game, forcefully removed. Like, a little bit of damage is coming out. But in spite of that, Matu, Sisyphus lore, going in and getting both barriers while just getting fanboyed, and then NATO walks it in. Matu giving it that last tap. and
Matu
Animal
hopped,
Style Mystery Meal are on board.
Matu hopped in his white Chevy F-150 and chased that tornado all the way to the goal box.
Wow, that's a reference.
That's insane.
That's a oh my. Yeah, this is a very obviously it's a very important set, right? You have to win this set if you want to keep playing, if you're Animal Style. But honestly, even if you win this set, I don't know what's left. Like, I don't know if
Not
there's
much,
enough left
really.
for you to mount a reasonable comeback, and I don't think it's gonna happen.
Oh, see you later, Zentaro.
Just kidding. That Zentaro is dead.
That guy is dead, and I think that's a great win condition for Animal Style Mystery Meal, is if you just turbo fanboy Blade Swift here. Because that's what's happening to Matu
Oh my.
right now. Literally right before your very eyes, that guy lost all of his health to every ability in the book. And now they don't have any offense. Their forward is dead. What are they gonna do? Score? It's gonna take a lot, and with both barriers up, it's gonna be tough. But if they just take out, if Animal Style just takes out Blade Swift, again, what's the Vice gonna do? Score?
Oh, it doesn't matter though. Blade Swift dribble into secondary just takes the game, and Yappers move on, taking it 2-0.
Yeah,
Yep.
that is. They are moving forward out of the quarters, so that means like, wait, how many? What's left, guys? I need the bracket. Somebody, bracket command.
I believe this is top 6, or no, it's top 8, right? I don't know.
I believe.
I'd have to look at the bracket.
Oh,
Top 6, so
We-
that
we've
leaves
been alerted by
that leaves
production
top
that
5
that's-
for
yeah.
next
Nice.
week then.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what's happening in the rest of the bracket because we're not here for it. Yeah, it was a very, very close game. I feel like I know the score says otherwise, but I feel like I do think it was actually pretty close, a lot closer than it might look. It was just like an unfortunate draft, right? You got that
Yeah.
all your bis and that like all that era bis in like the what was it, third, fourth draft?
Third draft.
Yeah, and then from there, what do you really do? Because you've lost out on everything, and then this Vice is just a menace. Zentaro's got he's feeling pretty large, quite literally. There's just a lot. It was really hard, it seemed, for the Animal Style Mystery Meal to build up any sort of like comeback off the drafts that they got, which is a little unfortunate, but that's just how it is, If you're playing the scaling comp, you have to be okay with playing with worse scalings. Worst awakenings a lot of the time. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it turns out
it's-
when you just fix an ability, it makes a character really good again. And
Big.
Vice is coming back.
Yeah, I think Animal Style just needed like any sort of survivability, and all they were able to pick up was like Recovery Drone, which got taken off immediately. And I mean, just look at the damage numbers they were putting up. Big Bro with almost 50k. Like they just needed, they needed a lot to try and mitigate that, and I think they weren't able to pick it up, especially with both Spark of Resilience and Stagger Swagger on that last draft, where they can divide them between their forwards who are dying constantly. But like ideally, Amatu is just dying a lot, and there's nothing you can do about that. You're X. I think Moshe was also getting focused a lot while Shikari Yappers were on offense. It's just, it is hard, it is rough. Not much to do about that.
And Yappers maybe had the right idea going into it, right? Because with the shift in Awakenings being away from Stagger, maybe compositions like Vice and Taro become even more potent because there's a lot less for them to kind of be dulled in a way, right? And a lot less stagger available. Really, the only realistic defensive awakenings against them are Resilience and Stagger Swagger. And with only 2 awakenings that can ever be a problem for them, they can kind of just run rampant and do whatever they want. So maybe Yappers took that into account with their composition here.
Yeah, and it was a very good point. And another thing that has compositions, specifically team compositions, is our sponsor that we got today, Honkai Star Rail. You can use the little link down in the chat. If you do HSF, it will not HSF, HSR. You will get the link. And...
Exclamation mark HSF for Honkai Star Flop.
Hey,
Let him know.
true.
Let him know what he did wrong. And
Guys.
HSR for Honkai Star Rail is sponsoring BestieInSlot. Yay! Yay!
Yeah,
Go
give-
download with the link and go play. Get to level 8. You can fund NASL personally
Yeah, exactly.
by playing a
We
funny little
need
video
you.
game. We need you. I'm Uncle Sam, and I'm not gonna take your money. I'm gonna beg for it though.
Okay. Anyways, that is go do the link. Get to levels 4 and 8, and then give the BestieInSlot some cash so they can continue doing what they're doing. And that will be it for the Osas Season 4, Day 1 of the Osas Season 4 finale here. It's been a pleasure to cast.
Oh yeah, the TriCast. We got the Trident leading the charge.
If there's nothing else either of you want to say, I think that will be...
That's
Support
it.
Omega
We're
Strikers.
done.
Go
We're
to the
done.
LAN. We're done. Bye.
Pack it up. Go home. Bye bye.